Hello, Loki. Clocking in for the morning stream. Feeling about as tired as I normally do, so that's always a good sign. Hey, I've punched in. Get to work. Now just jamming out to this music. It's very much like it's not what I would normally go for, but good. The question: will you be adding anything else to the shop this week? Well, the evening streams are dedicated to making stickers and stuff, so I will be adding some more. I also am currently waiting on Callie to respond to my DM about the Bee's Knees Mead. Hopefully that will be in the shop this week. If not, very soon. Oh, my alarm for 8 went off. Okay, you'll wait to place your order then. Don't like paying extra shipping costs. You cheap. That's fair. That's fair. And make sure, like, I'm throwing in an extra Bee's Knees Mead for you. Getting one free, so don't pay for one. Getting one of them for free. I better not see an order for one of them, alright? Actually, I'll buy two of them, one for each piece of your luggage. Keep the free one. Hey, that's fair. You know what? I can't fight that. Can't find issue with that at all. You'll need to designate a spot for your stickers in Canada. That's fair. That is tough when you've like filled out so much space with previous stickers. You're like, well, I got no space on my new stick. My camera case is currently starting to run out of uh space for stickers. Oh, I looked and I know my name also because of PayPal. That's true. We got that shared knowledge. You now know my name. I may have almost accidentally doxed myself anyway yesterday. But hey, all good. I'm also like really easy to find anyway, so I actually have no problem with people knowing my name. Uh, I just aim to keep it gray here. You get it. Because admittedly, the more I do this, the more people are going to be able to find out about my name. So it's like, eventually people know what my name is. And that'll be fine. But bit hidden as often for as long as possible. Yeah, main reason you care at all about people knowing your name is working security. You don't want a random person to have the ability to distract you while you're working. Yeah, exactly. That's very fair. I I get that. I think for me, my goal or my aim was just to make it slightly difficult to figure out my name because ultimately, I don't intend on making enemies and stuff, or anyone who would actually use my name for bad reason. The extra effort doesn't. Then like people aren't going to go out of their way to find me. And once I started streaming, that fear got less and less like valid. I was just like, nah, it's gonna be fine. It'll be absolutely. The funny part is Loki will get your attention better than your name. It's my nickname for shit 20 years at this point. Yeah, out the way. I think I was just talking about it yesterday. I'm like, I actually would not mind being called Grey in real life. Not Grey Mouse, not the entire name, but Grey. I'd be like, I'd actually be okay with it. Because my friends are thinking about naming their kid if it ends up being a boy, my name. I actually wouldn't be against being called Uncle Grey. Slowly dropping my name, like my actual name, and going by Grey unless my parents are talking to me. About some little distracting. Way better. Your mum's side of the family always use names to start with. I actually got a name if your kid in the future were a girl. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh, you always use names that start with J. That makes sense. You've actually got a name if you're in the future. Cool. That's useful. That's good to know. That's good to have. Nice bit of peace of mind. I do feel like I'm lucky because I'm not an educator. Like I'm not a teacher or working in childcare. I know that really uh, skews what like your perception of names. If you have a kid who's got a certain name, like a little bastard, um, then you're less likely to name your kid that name, even though it has no connotation. It's about how you raise the kid. Yeah. A lot of teachers have a long list of names of kids that they don't want to, like, names of kids that they won't be taking the name of. John for a boy and Jade if it's a girl. Jade is the one your mum had picked if you were a girl, so you always use it when you make a female character in game. Nice. That's cool. I don't remember what my names were potentially going to be, but I don't think my parents had in case I was a girl, like a name in case I was a girl. I think they knew I was going to be a boy. Boy mouse. Mouse boy. Yeah. They kind of knew. I didn't have any girl names lined up. Maybe a few on the burner, like right at the start, but then as it got closer to me being born, they just were like, nah, we know what we're going to name him. Grey Mouse. That's what we'll name our kid. Name is Grey Mouse. You'll see as the J naming convention when you named the facets of your personality. For example, Juan is the burn it all down revolutionary and Jim is the drunk idiot. Oh yeah, that makes sense. It is nice to kind of categorize those things well for yourself. Like, no, that was Jim. Oh no, not a, no, that was a Jim situation. It's like, oh, I feel like a real Jim right now, like a real Juan right now. And I've had no coffee yet today, so you can tell, you could really tell with my personality, like brained. Don't worry, I'll take a coffee break. Uh, a bit. Well, not in a bit, in a little while. About an hour. Take, I'll take a coffee break and then I'll be back. And I'll be slightly higher energy. Thank you, someone gets it. Most call it weird. Nah, it's not weird. But I think it helps to be able to identify parts of your personality so you know when you're shifting more than you want to in one direction. Yeah, absolutely. It's a useful way of um just being aware, like it's another way of like regulating your mood and behavior that you categorize what's going on for you. And I like, I totally get that. And really, the thing is, if it helps you regulate your mood, control of your mood, then it's excellent. I'm never going to have an issue with that, things like that. And I'm a mental health expert. a mouse here, drawing expert. Tell you what, I'm so grateful that I have a coffee machine at home because I'm like in the mornings when I'm feeling like rough and stuff, I'm just like I could just put up a coffee. I'll be happy. I'll feel good again. Yes, and then I go and I do it, and it's great. I can also go down to my cafe, but I'm not going to do that today. It's going to be here. It's going to be you and me, chat, dreaming, drawing, hanging out, having a good time. I'm trying to think of the word for it. It's like I was going to say like today you're all my editors, but I don't think you're all my editors. I mean, Loki's my producer, but trying to think of the right word. Someone who oversees comics, not editor, because I'm not giving you guys creative control, but um, something, something, y'all or something. They co-workers, associates. I don't know. I don't know. You're also of the opinion that most of the voices people hear are the conflicting personalities. At least you know it's true for you. Like if you ever get the thought about doing something illegal, the major social institutions, I can go, that's Juan acting up. He's not in charge. I am. And that is also a really good method of just kind of detaching your thoughts from your actions and your behaviors and stuff like that. It like does help, you know, to like categorize and separate that because they're thoughts. So basically, the thoughts aren't necessarily you. They're, you know, years and years of social conditioning built into uh, a, a mental process, not a mental process, well, a cognitive process that sometimes you don't get. It doesn't feel like you, but it's like it's years of social conditioning and things like that. And it can be confronting. You have a thought, an intrusive thought, and you're like, wait a second, I would never like do that. Then it's your brain going through the motions, really. Not actually trying to get you to burn that bank down. Uh, Being a little spicy. And I'm an EP dumb. Every time I wake up in the morning, I'm like, oh, I'm sleepy. Always sleepy. And here I spent all that effort not to specifically say that. Yeah, yeah. Not in the like, not mental as in mental case. I mean, mental as in cognitive process. So it's the world. Yeah, we live in a society. I don't mean it like that, of course. You know, we all are conditioned by our environments. Sometimes our environments are weird, we're unique. That's why Loki works so well to get attention. Is the collection of all the facets of you. Yeah, I mean it encompasses who you are, and that's a cool thing. Well, just in on us, in of its own. It's a cool. Oh, sorry guys. Bump the mic. I'll do that. I'll do that a lot. Kind of my thing. Yeah, it is really interesting to have like a name that actually fully encompasses, or you feel fully encompasses who you are, and you know yourself best, so it probably does fully encompass who you are. Because like, you know, when you're named at birth, you may not have that, like no one has that chance to know who you're gonna be. Name is name, but it may not reflect you. So it is cool to have a name that actually does reflect you as you get older in life. Name can always be your name, but nice to have that other name. The one you were named at birth is actually the asshole and the wraith of a patient man part of you. Ah, interesting. Very interesting. I mean, hey, we all got names that we. I think my name, like, admittedly, I love. It's my name ultimately, but I also think my name is like weirdly, weirdly like, um, not disposable, but secondary in that I so rarely use my actual name. And I use versions of my name, and people refer to me by versions of my name, and I don't mean just the shortened version, but like, I can't, like, without doxing myself, I can't say, like, those shortened versions. But you get what I mean. That, like, I'm rarely referred to by my full name, unless I'm in trouble. And I'm not quite as in trouble now that I'm an adult. Yeah, you get me. You get me. Well, of course you get me. You know my name. But yeah, it's like my name is my most commonly used name is a reduction, uh, a different version, as to the actual thing now. Sadly, I've got to make a call. Hopefully, I can pick this back up in about 30. All good, man. All good. Take your time. No rush. I'll be here. Gonna pace myself today. Goes nice and slow. Ooh, hello. Hello, Torrent Talks Creativity. Welcome. Welcome all. Welcome to my stream. How you all doing? Thank you so much, Stegapixel, for following. Thank you so much, Tonakuma. Hi, Commander Falcon. Thank you for the follow. And Torrent Talks Creativity. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Hello all. Lovely to meet you all. I'm Grey Mouse Inc. I almost said my actual name. We were talking about real names and stuff. Cryo, of course. Should have expected. Lovely to see you here. No actual names. I try my best to refrain from it. I'm an Australian illustrator and mouse, and I'm currently working on a comic. So today is the first day of the Beanstalk week, which is the week where I'm actually working full time on the comic. So I'll be here from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. and then I'll be back again at 6 p.m. to draw stickers and stuff. It's just a one-time thing, 1 week thing. But yeah, lovely to have you all here. Very, like, very pleasantly surprised by a raid in the morning. I haven't had my coffee, so I'm kind of all over the place. Yeah, who would use their actual name as part of their Twitch name? Yeah, who would, Johnny Bonk? Thank you all so much for the kind words about my art. I do appreciate it. I did read them, but I didn't read them out. It would do such a thing, Commander Falcon. Yeah. Bonk is a weird choice on his parents' part, to be fair. That is that a last name or is that a last name's Bonk? You got me. I was gonna ask, is it a last name or a middle name? Also love the PNG. Thank you so much. Yeah, he's a good guy. I also got a sock puppet version. Just for funsies. And then I also got low res. Low res grey mouse. He's very cute. We love low res grey mouse. But I usually use the big one. Yeah, I also for some reason just have tired grey mouse. Low res is such an adorable panic. Yeah, I love that he just shakes. Just tired grey mouse. That's just an addition. Sock Puppet is your fave. I think they're all great. Thank you so much. Sock Puppet is a favorite one. He's very lovable. Big one looks like he's listening to the little one sum up his day. Yeah, exactly. It's super cute. Oh, thank you so much, Diamond Dove's art. I really appreciate that. I see that you have art in your name. Um, you an artist as well? Not the sum of the day. Oh, I listened to the little one sum up his day. Oh, right, that makes sense. That makes more sense. Yes. Ooh, what do you do? Downward facing dog. Ooh, all right. Easy. Hold on. Not easy, but Papa, I found so many sticks today. Can I tell you all about them? Oh, yeah, that's cute. We played Gartic and their art was on point. Ooh, that's cool. Also, what were you guys streaming today? Was it good? You have a good time? Oh wait, were you streaming Gartic today? Oh, that was my previous warm up. Today was community games. That's cute. Draw monsters, dragons, griffins, hybrids, and anything. Not people there. I mean, that's fair. People can be lame. Downward facing dog. So let's set this one. I'll do. So that's kind of the motion of the ocean. You're celebrating. Very fun time. Oh yeah, celebrated all weekend. Nice. Because it's a stretch. That makes a lot of sense. I will do it in a partially literal sense. Downward facing dog. A bit of a chihuahua. Nap time, but lovely to meet you. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, Commander Falcon. Have a good nap. Take care of yourself. The big stretch. The big stretch. Yeah, exactly. When you do a big stretch, you gotta say big stretch. Yeah, I do that, and then sometimes if the stretch is really long, then I just like let out a guttural like scream. That's how you know it's a good stretch. The eyes, yeah, it's my favorite way to draw eyes. Is the buggy kind of like all over, like cross-eyed, just bug-eyed kind of style. Also, sorry, I have to run. Take care of the animals. Will do, Torin. Have a good one. Lovely to meet you as well. Really lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for jumping in with the raid. Squeeze plushie energy. Yeah, exactly. Beatsies. Gotta do the bean. I am a mouse myself, so I understand the need for beans. And thank you. And of course, it won't be this long, or maybe it will be this long, but like it'll be uh more proportional. Like someone sat on a balloon animal. Exactly. Perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, and beach. That looks a little weird. Love it. It has battle block theater energy. Yeah, it really does. It really does. Got that. It's got that energy like in spades. Holy crap, you're right. I love that my art style, because I was, for those of you who don't know, I was originally supposed to be a classical, well, a traditional artist, and I moved on because I was like, this doesn't make me happy. And then I ended up drawing comics and stuff, and like cartoons and stuff, and that ended up being my thing. Oh, that's bad wedge. But like, yeah, I love that it's like my art style went from classically traditional to this, like this kind of thing. And I love it so much. I love it so much more. I'm so much happier with this style I used to have. Doodles are the best. They are. I do the thing that like little dogs do, where they like stretch their legs out backwards. So goofy. Love him. Love this little guy. I should make him longer, but should I really make him longer? Oof, I feel like this dog is gonna have a human mouth. Maybe. Human mouth? That makes sense. Kinda needs a human mouth. Because he's behind your ear. Oh yeah, true. Shit, you can't see his face. You can't see his mouth. Wait, hold on. Oof. Bring me down. Didn't even realize. Yeah. Back there, he's got a little tongue. Oh my god. I usually do like, so like with animals and stuff, I usually do either like big teeth or a tongue like sticking out. I do think it's very funny. Look at the little tongue and his little toe beans. Little beans. That kind of looks like he pooping. But when I go to color it, it'll be fine. It won't look like poop. Look like a tail. All the detail hidden behind the ear. Yeah. The great reveal. That almost looks like. Hold on. Let me just refill that out. Oh, thank you so much, Johnny Bonk, for following. I really appreciate that. It's really, I mean, I'm chuffed. I'm chuffed that y'all could join me this morning. Get to join low energy grey mouse. Not low energy, no coffee grey mouse. Coffeeless. I do like the wrinkles, but it doesn't make sense for him to have wrinkles up here. His back. And he should have like little dog patterns. Give him some little rough. I do like them. Chat, if you want to figure out a little name for this guy, that'd be awesome. Stream's honestly soothing as hell. Hey, I appreciate that. Sometimes people use my stream as like nice white noise to like to sleep to, which I'm totally okay with, of course. Like I don't take offense to that, but it's like it's a, kind of like um a nice compliment that I provide a calming presence. I really appreciate it. That being said, I just swear and go fuck every time I draw a line wrong. So There's like no middle ground. Name is. Oh, excited. What kind of dog is this? Kind of looks like a blue heeler now that I've done the eye bit. Oh yeah, what am I saying? He has to have the little eyebrows. John Cena. John Cena. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. I'll give him the socks. He's almost more a raccoon now at this point. No, he's a dog. His face is very much dog-like. Trip. Trip is a good name for this dog. This is a very trippable dog. And then I know how to do the anime stretch. Oh, that's off. Dog sure be tripping. That's good. They got into the kibble, boy. I read those two together. It didn't make sense for them to be together. Kibble, boy. Cute, I love him. Cute boy. Bad. Yeah, I might do just a quick shadow layer. What color are we going for? I'll go for a light blue because Cryo themed it. So we go for a Cryo blue. Like the shadow color. Your mouth breathes way too hard. Oh yeah, absolutely. He'd be like huffing and puffing all the time. And you'd be like, where's Trip? And Trip's it's like, Trip, we haven't gone for a walk yet. Trip, chill out. But audibly like, oh yeah, like a pug. Breathes like a pug. Oh my god. I love Trip. Must protect this boy at all costs. The bulldog guttural. Yeah, the bulldog guttural. Exactly. Yeah, this is like 20% more realistic Bluey. Yeah, he kind of looks like him, doesn't he? Like a real Bluey. Also slightly not real because of his eyes. Bulbous eyes. Oh, the classic Zelda music went off. Yeah, we've got some some game lo-fi playing. Also speaking of Zelda, I've just started playing Tears of the Kingdom and I'm addicted. And I'm just like, I should not have bought Tears of the Kingdom before, like, just before Beanstalk Week. It was like the dumbest decision ever. I was like, oh my god. Bluey is real, don't you dare. I have never watched an episode of Bluey, so I can only agree with you. I'm sure Bluey is real. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Bluey was real, actually. I know who Bluey is. I'm an illustrator, of course I know who Bluey is. Tears of the Kingdom is the best. It's so good. Oh my god. The Weasel X Blue Healer. Yeah. Crossed with Blue Healer. Yeah. Perfect mix of animals. Blue Healer. Weasel. The perfect animal. Perfect killing machine. We've created the perfect hunting dog. Rip shows up and he's just like, oh, we've made a mistake. We have made a terrible mistake. Not the Bleasel. I mean, it kind of would be, yeah. It would be a good hunting dog, yeah. Really good against rabbits as well. Holy crap, can you imagine? Weasels hunt rabbits, as you... Doesn't bark, just kind of screams in short bursts. Yeah, like a pug. Yep, that's Trip. On his way. Yeah. Actually, like, Like Link.
Yeah.
If it only hunted in burrows, sounds like a squeezed pug. Yeah, true. And it's like going into like rabbit holes and stuff. So it's like its oxygen deprivation is getting like worse and worse. So like trying to breathe, well, trying to like breathe out of its dirt-filled nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, good dog. This is a good boy. Good boy. Might add slightly more like wrinkles through the shadows and stuff. Yeah. I love that I drew his like leg space, like movement or spacing like a little dog, as if this like anyway is a little dog. We can't know for certain the proportions are incomprehensible, but my assumption is it's like about the size of a blue heeler, and not a little dog. Big old raccoon. I'm gonna make worse because it's gonna get the raccoon treatment, like raccoon tail treatment, which is like the line work, the lining colors. And you get what I'm saying. Anytime I like fumble over my words, I go, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Oh, he's cute. I like him. I like him a lot. Ah, he's cute. Cute. I really like him. Love this sweet boy, but I think his spine is severed. His spine may be a bit. I mean, that hard edge does definitely make it look a little bit concerning. I might. It's like I might fix him. No, hold on. Give him a little bit of an alteration, just so that it's a little bit of a smoother line. See, oh, it's more severe. Trip. Ah. Ah. There you go. Yeah, slightly less severe. It's got a bit of a lump there, but dogs have those little lumps every so often. And with that done, just dog lumps. Your usual dog. Ain't easy being the good boy. Dog lumps. Oh, oh, he's so lovely. Look at that. Oh, I'm always like so pleasantly surprised with, not surprised, but pleasantly like um chuffed with how the warm-ups turn out. They always look so cute. Um, as you guys saw, the previous warm-up was like um a mouse in a dress, mouse in a sundress. That oh, closing is yeah, a mouse in a sundress, which does look funny. Heavy Heart, which I was actually a big fan of drawing. I really enjoyed that one. Just looks, but because this is a warm up, sit trip. Day. Oh, he's Oh, this is the previous comic page as well, for those of you who don't know. Check that out while I fix up the... I have little costumes by friends and stuff. My other streamers. I leave trip as is. Yeah, I added that. I added in the warm up thing as like a, and instead of like first where you can just redeem first, I was like I'm an artist. I could do like a little extra something, and I'm really glad that people are using it because it is a lot of fun to kind of fill those out and hear the ideas people have for them as well. It's super cool. What do I have out here? Nothing. Shadow wise. Anyway. Casual dog lumps. I mean, like, older dogs definitely have dog lumps. They're little lumps and bumps and stuff. Have anything to add? Yeah. I gotta add rain. Or, like, effects of rain. No, that's too messy. I'll just add an extra layer. Rain layer. Dog lumps are better than dog nuts. That's true. I didn't draw them in. I avoided the dog nuts. Very well done. Yeah. Right. Your dog nuts avoidance training is paying off. Yes, yes, I know how to censor illustrations of animals. I've learned well. Most important like class that you take in art school. How not to draw animal genitalia. I was like, sweet. Gonna learn something very important today. Remember before training. You can help yourself. Dog nuts everywhere. Oh yeah, oh chaos. I draw things with dog nuts and they weren't even dogs, you know? Be drawing like milk cartons in fridges, they just have dog nuts. Chaos. It was the Wild West back then. Dark times. But luckily we got the good ending. Well, we know in Greymaster's donut era. Well, nose and donut era. Yes. Throwing all sorts of nasty shit for a quick buck. Highlights. Having a little dance. A little dancey dance. Song is bumping. That's too dark. That'll probably be it. No, it's too dark. One thing I like to do is just add a little bit of texture to skins, like skin colors and stuff. So I add just a little bit of blush skin. That might still be a bit too strong. Yeah, it's still just a bit too strong. Like the most subtle blush possible, ideally. Sometimes I make it a little bit too strong, but sometimes it works. Yeah, way better. But it's just a nice little thing to add. Just give the skin just a bit of texture. No, I was like moving my fingers the way I was. You can't see the way I was moving, but basically I was like just twiddling them about, if that makes any sense, which it probably doesn't. Kind of like gibberish. Um, but yeah, always good to add. Sorry, that fucking voice line just caught me off guard. It's always good to add just a little bit of texture in. Ideally, as we go on, like other characters are gonna have more imperfections in their skin. So like, sure we've got the grey hair and stuff, but then like we might have freckles and skin damage, like sun damage and things like that. Just to add a little bit more of that sweet, sweet texture I love. suit up purpose. And by suit up purposes, I mean it won't. And back. Also, you were on a phone call and still beat me to the shout out. Yeah, I know. I'll admit, I actually just forgot. Forgot to send through the shout out. So I do appreciate you doing that for me. You can beat me every single time. It makes it it makes it easier for me because I don't remember sometimes. But I will get better. I'm learning. I've only been doing this for a year. Almost a year, yeah. Actually, just realizing that. That's cool. I also need to ask if they have any art to share. Yeah, I did. Well, I asked if they were an artist. I don't think I asked if they had any art to share. That's a good point. Y'all got any art to share in the ether? While I'm here. The old grey mouse catch up. Catch up on the necessary things that I should have asked. This will be like my this week will be like my streamer boot camp. Relearning. Learning how to do it properly. As we go, I ingrain it into my mind. It becomes a chakra for me. Oh, that's why. Texting me. Panic. Fine, which is good. Grey mouse. Mainframe has fallen apart. You goofy goober. Grey mouse, your manager misses you. I've been gone a day. I've been gone less than a day. I've been gone like an hour. Been gone workplace out. What a goofy goober. I am a bit of just quickly checking my work messages. I know I shouldn't, but I'm just quickly checking them just to make sure. People aren't like, we're dying. I know that giggles are good soup. Redeem. But I never will. I love Adam Driver. The workplace is falling apart without me. I mean, I wouldn't. It's in good hands. In good hands, but sometimes those hands need a bit of hold by the mouse. Something to say. I think they'll just miss me and they'll be like, "Oh, Grey Mouse, we have this like problem that we need you to fix," and I'll be like, "Okay, I'm coming in." Like, "How are you? Are you doing well?" And I'll be like, "Ah, lovely to see you all again. I've been gone less than an hour. I've been gone for 59 minutes. When I did apply for this leave, I told them exactly what I was doing as well. I was like, I'm just going to work full time on my comics, so I'll still be in the area and things like that. And they're like, cool. You're more than welcome to go and take leave to do something you're passionate about, but you got to promise that you'll come back. And I'm like, oh god, yeah, of course, I will. I'll be back. Back to hand in my 2 weeks. Am I right, guys? No, like that job too much. Right. Yeah. They keep pulling me back. Money's too risk too high. That's really cool of the job to be able to be like, go enjoy it. Yeah, they're very good about it. They're just like, yep, like more than happy for you to like pursue your interest and stuff. Who would we be if we stopped you? No. And then week off. But not really a week off. I'm now working full time, but just as an illustrator on a comic that I made. So I'm self-employed currently. Also not unemployed. I don't know. Complicated. Not complicated. Leave. And they were like, but like, make sure to come back. And I was like, that's sweet of you to say. I don't think I would actually leave. I don't want him becoming a famous comic illustrator. We need him for mailroom. Gotta sort all our mail. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, wait. I realize I use language that is gibberish for the most part. Uh, as I'm talking about illustration, I'm like, oh yeah, fill these in dot wedges, and like people listening, that sounds like absolute fucking gibberish. Add more sprungle, bungle. Now you said mailroom, and it made you think it would be funny. You'd probably get trouble if you did little animal drawings on letters in the mail. Yeah, and then just send them up, and they're just like, every single time we get like a letter, just a random little animal. We tried to discipline Grey Mouse for doing that, and he just said, no, it's Ricky. It's Ricky the raccoon. Trip, Blue Healer. I do this for you, and then we're like, we don't have the heart to fire him. Quite good in the mailroom. The only drawback, of course, is that he draws on the mail. Like every 10th letter, doodle a small happy snail. Oh, that's super cute. I would do that if I actually worked in a mailroom, and then I get fired quite quickly. I wouldn't be working in a mailroom very long, no matter what universe I'm in. I'd be hired and fired from a mailroom quite quickly. Except for the one where the grey mouse is like, he likes to be in the mailroom, and that's his like whole thing. He doesn't like drawing. He just likes doing mail. Yeah. Having a bad day? No, no, my mail had a panda eating a burrito. Yeah, he's just hanging out. How'd that get there? How do you fit the panda in a mail chute? So that's how I'd respond to to the questions and stuff. I'm like, how'd you get a panda in a mail chute? No way. You're making this up. I'd be like, Grey Mouse, we cannot deal with your shenanigans. Little shenanigans. How could you have a bad day when your mail had adorable graffiti? Yeah, true. Unless it's confidential, like legal documentation. And it's just got like a panda on it. Or an eagle. Legal eagle. They'd be like, well, I can't be mad at that. Oh, so we can hit save on that. And as it's 9, I might run to a quick break. I can make coffee. Then, Ray, listen, we love you, we love your work, we love your art, but stop combining them on private documents. Please stop opening the mail and then adding in, so, yeah, stop opening up these confidential documents and drawing in penguins, alright? It's really fucking annoying. It makes them void. 3 criminals have walked free because of you. Okay, I'm gonna go to the break screen. I'm gonna make some coffee and then I'll be right back. Okay? Have a quick break. Get up, stretch, have a drink, take a poop. Be back in 30 minutes, thereabouts. Stop opening bank statements and drawing dolphins and switchblades. Yeah. I mean, I would do that. I mean, not on legal documents, but I have done those kinds of things. Just draw a Gilroy in the signature line. That's good. That'd be good. I don't actually do that. I've told you guys I got in trouble because I drew a butt on one of my manager's doors and it was farting on his door handle. I got in trouble for that. Not like severe trouble, but like I got in trouble. I would do that. Like I would. No, it's you. It has your watermark. You add the signature in. Jesus. All right, heading to a break. Everybody, go get a drink. Get a coffee if you need to. If you need. I got reprimanded. Yeah, I did. Uh, like I said, take a poop. See you guys in a minute. I'll keep the music going. Get something nice to listen. You're right, I did lie. There is no music. Hold on. I will fix it. So all good, cryo. If you head to the gym, have a good gym sesh. Just copy pasted my audio file across to the different thing. It's all it's scuffed. All scuffed, I would say. This stream. There you go. Okay, have a good gym sesh. Might see if I'm back in time. If not, all good. See you when I see you next. Tell you what, chat. Totally fucked up the process of frothing milk. Coffee's a little bit flat. Hey, that's okay. So, going before. All right, we back. Back to it. Back to the comic. Coffee. I'm slightly caffeinated, but I will become more caffeinated throughout the stream. Good. I'm a happy little mouse. That actually looks way better. Version. I'll also admit to you guys, so like, as I was saying, I was playing Tis the Kingdom, and because the kofi coffee store didn't open till like it wasn't scheduled to open till midnight. I was just waiting for that to to open, and so I was up till midnight just playing Tis the Kingdom, and I was like, I'm gonna be fucking tired as shit tomorrow. So worth it. So worth it. The game's so fun. I felt like, oh, did you see the new anime I put in the anime recommendations? Making sure. Samurai Girls. I haven't seen it. Uh, wait, no, hold on. Cabaneri. Yes. Steampunk Zombie Snowpiercer. That recommendation, or is it the Samurai Girls? Yeah, both sound really good. That being said, but also steampunk zombies and Snowpiercer is like so much up my alley that I'm like, oh, I think you'll really like the Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress. Like you said, zombies plus steampunk plus. Yeah, that's all my like favorite things. I mean, well, actually, I should have said you had me at Snowpiercer, which is right at the end, admittedly, but um, that does actually sound super good. Keen to watch them. I will be getting through the list, the anime recommendations list, in the coming months. Oh, I didn't realize. Fact from the mouse from Cryo. Fact from me. Did you know that birds can't taste spice? So capsaicin, which is a chemical compound commonly found in chili seeds and chili, um, birds don't have that taste bud, so they can't register it. And so a common solution for squirrels eating birdseed in like your home. Not this doesn't matter for Australians, but like a common treatment for birdseed, like birdseed being stolen, was that people would put chili seeds in there, and because the birds couldn't taste it, they were fine, but mammals and stuff can taste capsaicin, and as a result, would be repelled by that. There's my little fact. And in Samurai Girls, you had forgotten, but when they show rain, it streaks off like ink on the foreground. Like you said, the story is mid at best, but the art style is very cool. That sounds awesome. Honestly, that is convincing enough for me, personally. I really like a good art style, so I can always forgive a bad story if it has good art. Sometimes. Most of the time, actually, let's be honest. I'm a very forgiving mouse. Plants, we made this poison, uh, made this to poison you and make you uninterested. Humans, joke's on you, I'm into that shit. Yeah. I love that we also specifically mutated chilies and created the ghost pepper. So the ghost pepper is actually a mutation created by people. Um, because we like the taste of spicy food and the spiciness of the chili. And it's like, it's so funny that it's like, joke's on you, I'm into that shit. And it never been more true than with chili or pineapple, which is a fruit that has enzymes that actually digest and break down. Like it's acidic, so it breaks down things. But it's like, well, not if I digest it first. Not if I break it down first. I like that tingly feeling in my stomach from a pineapple. That's why it tingles. Yeah, exactly. Nature, I see what you're trying to do. Let me help you out. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Um, as you guys probably well know, I'm a big fan of mushrooms, like mycelium and stuff like that. Not just hallucinogenic mushrooms. Mycelium. Truffles are specifically, or not specifically, but directly have been evolved to be eaten. So, not just hold on a second. Yeah. So, truffles evolved specifically to be eaten. That's how they pass on their spores and carry their spores through digestion. So they evolved to have that beautiful aroma and that delectable taste. I do find that just deeply fascinating. In your experience, shrooms was a much better time than acid. Yeah, well, it's that whole natural high. Or not natural high, but it's from nature and it's more deeply inclined to provide you with a better tripping experience than something that was made chemically, from what I know. But yeah, like psilocybin, which is what the hallucinogenic chemical in mushrooms, uh, in America was primarily hold on, for end of life patients. So people who had a terminal illness and they were going to like there was nothing that science could do for them or medicine could do for them at the time. Psilocybin was used as a means for them to like mentally come to terms with their mortality because the thing about mycelium is it's not a vegetable. Like it doesn't fall into the vegetable category of the kingdoms. It's its own thing. Fungi is its own thing, and that's because it is fascinatingly intelligent as a life form. So people who have experienced taking mushrooms and things like that account for it being almost like a symbiotic experience where the mushrooms almost seem sentient once running through you. Who cares when you're dying if you're one with the universe? Exactly. That's literally like exactly it. That's exactly what it is. Um, but yeah, I think you said yesterday, uh, they're looking into the potential of it being more useful for depression and things like that, which would be great because if used properly, it could be really helpful. One thing I have also learned about it is that a lot of its like benefits, a lot of not psilocybin, sorry, mycelium's benefits, health benefits, coincide with immune system, like with the immune system, which is fascinating because it almost has this symbiotic connection with humans in that our as we have evolved as a species in the more recent years, not like I don't mean hundreds of thousands of years. Oh no, I do mean hundreds of thousands of years, not hundreds of millions of years. We have found that because of our evolution, we actually have slowly stopped developing in terms of our immune systems, and as such, a lot of like male pattern baldness is seen to be connected with issues with the immune system, and not like direct issues, but like not short term, minute alterations in the immune system, which leads to for men like male pattern baldness, and for women certain previously believed unrelated immune system issues. Yeah, it's approved for certain types of depression and PTSD in Australia. America is currently doing experimental trials. Yeah, uh, I still like the stoned ape theory, even though it is shit. Stoned ape theory. Oh, this is Avatar in Love. This is a song from Avatar. Hold on, I'm listening to it. Yeah, it's Avatar in Love. Right. That eating shrooms is what made us go from monkey to human. Potentially, genuinely, potentially, but not really. It is funny though. Unlocked our brains, basically. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me from what I've seen regarding the research into mushrooms and mycelium. I actually wouldn't be surprised if there was some kind of link there, but I don't think it's directly correlational or causational. I don't know. I'd be keen to learn more. So. This is yeah, Avatar in Love. I really like the music in Avatar. I was just gonna say, because this song is used so like often in the TV series, and the song is called Avatar in Love, and it is primarily used uh, in situations or moments where Aang is around Katara, and it's really beautiful. It's a really beautiful song, and I know that everybody knows Leaves from the Vine, but did people know that Leaves from the Vine is actually used uh, in scenes between Zuko and Iroh in a subtle form, and it is like the you really can't sleep on uh, sound design and music design for stuff because it's beautiful. And Avatar is a really good example of that, and why the show is so good. That because the music is used in conjunction with the storytelling and with like the relational atmosphere of the world, and I really love that. If I had the opportunity to do that with the comic, if the comic ever became an animated series, I would wholeheartedly do that. I would make the music be as connected to the emotions, the story, and the relationships between the characters as possible. I think that's just perfect thing. Beautiful way to tell a story. Not graceful, but it'll do. Later. Also, yeah, mushrooms are rad. Did you know that there is a certain species of lichen? I'm actually going to just fill in some red there. Fill in the space again. There's a certain species of lichen that can survive in space. And and this certain species of lichen can basically survive any harsh climate other than, lava and fire. All it needs to do is be rehydrated, and it comes back to life. It can't be killed. That's the thing. It's deeply fascinating world of mycelium. And I highly recommend people look into it because it's actually super cool. And if people are looking for a resource on learning about mushrooms, I have a really good recommendation. So if you like reading, then I've got this really good book for you. It is called Entangled Life. It's what got me into mycelium and studying mushrooms and stuff. And basically, it's a book by a world-renowned mycologist, so fungi scientist called, and you're gonna love this, Merlin Sheldrake. His name is Merlin Sheldrake, and his book Entangled Life is deeply fascinating and uncovers years of research into how mycelium has affected the ecosystem and how we are reliant on it without even really being aware of its existence. From the very beginning of time, all civilizations have been able to create bread and alcohol. Both of those things are reliant on yeast, which is a type of mycelium. So from the moment we started our civilization, we have relied on mycelium, but we didn't know that. And it's deeply fascinating to like unearth these explorations in our history and our connection with a um, species or creature, not creature, flora that has been so rooted in our civilization that we didn't even realize it was there. If you'll pardon the pun, of course, rooted. Because mycelium has roots. Those are actually called, that's what mycelium is. The mycelium is actually the roots. Sorry, I'm getting really, like, being a real dork about this. Nerd. Nerd. Guess what? Came into the stream, you should have expected it. I'm a nerd. Fucking love nerding out about stuff. Excellent. So much fun. I will say. I've never taken mushrooms, like magic mushrooms. Uh and after learning about mushrooms, I don't know if I ever will. just because I'm like, fuck, I don't want to build a connection to mushrooms in my brain. But hey, you never know. PAX this year. I'll do mushrooms with my community. I don't know. That's a joke. Twitch, that's a joke. Just gonna stop right here. Twitch, that's a joke. I'm not gonna do that. Promise. Such a goof. Such a goof. Oh, I keep like glancing over to my Twitch screen and I just see Trip, and I love him. I love him so much. Sweet boy. I guess it's part of my like sentimentality that I just become deeply attached to things that I met or created maybe like 30 minutes ago. But I do. I would die and or kill Trip. Bumpin'. I do wish the mouse had like motion controls or like motion tracking, because then you just see the PNG like bobbing. I was dancing. Dancing again, sorry guys. You guys can't see it, so I gotta stop. I don't have to stop. But shouldn't just dance. Because basically for you guys, you just see me stop drawing and then there's just a moment of silence. And for you guys it must be like as Gray just like gone AFK. No, I'm dancing. I've not moved, I'm just dancing. Next thing, next Beanstalk week. This time next year. I'll have not a PNG, sorry, a VTuber model. And he'll dance. That's the next big step, surely. Is that I get someone to create a PNG model. Not a PNG model. Why do I keep saying PNG? A VTuber model, and then have it rigged of the mouse. So then he's actually got full motion. Things like that. And we'd keep the PNG models and stuff as like little add-ons or like little redeems and stuff. But like, I do think it would be kind of cool to have just a full 3D model of the mouse. One day. That's an aspiration, I think. It's also not a necessity, not yet. Wow, this is not a complicated panel. Really not a complicated panel. Taking my coming back. I always wait to say hello until my headphones are on, as if like I'm gonna hear someone come like respond and go, "Hello, Grey Mouse." Ah, Grey Mouse, it's good to see you again. Good to hear you again, Grey Mouse. No one responds. Talking into I see a little bit of text pop up. No one actually verbally responds to me. Not yet. One day. Actually, does text to speech work? I do have a text to speech option redeems, and I did drop the cost of it. But because of the amount of things on my stream that just don't actually work, I can't be certain that it does work. Uh, I need finish panel. Need those shadows. I love how weird it looks once I take the flat colors off. It's just this weird like amalgamation of like purple and other colors because of the highlights. And like I know there's probably something I could do similar to what I do similar to what I do with the multiply layer, the highlights. I just don't trust myself to do it because I understand the color theory. I can do the highlights. I could also do the shadows and stuff, but because I found a process that actually works, and I've been doing it before I learned color theory or fully, um, I feel less inclined to that. Sorry, I got a message and I was just like completely blindsided by it for a moment. Greymass, the office is on fire. We need you. I'm not the fire. I'm not the fire warden. God, can you imagine? I should never be in charge of fire safety anywhere. Not even in my own home. Sorry, I just thought of like I'm not allowed to be in charge of fire safety in my own home. I get a girlfriend, she moves in with me, and I'm like, "Congrats, you are our new fire warden." And I give her this tabard and like a high vis like vest, and I'm like, "There you go, you're in charge of fire safety here, in the apartment." Now, I must warn you, we do have a quite significant fire hazard, that being me. I would I would not trust that that hazard around an open flame. It's a very dangerous mistake that we can only make once. So be careful. All she's thinking is like, I've made a terrible mistake. I've made this awful mistake. That's not correct. Would it be untoward of me to just take the next week off and just play Tears of the Kingdom the entire week? That's the only time I'll ever get like enough dedicated gaming time, I think, is if I just take a week off. That's so dumb. Love it. But I haven't met Pura yet, and I've heard very good things about her. Need to meet her. So excited. Too excited even. I would stream Tears of the Kingdom, but based on how well uh, Elden Ring went, I actually don't trust my computer to run something like that. That being said, I also know what the problem was with Elden Ring. Now that I've actually taken some time to look into it, it wasn't so much the game; it was um, my controller setup. So basically, my controller is skill issue. That also too. That's one of the reasons why I didn't beat Melania. But because my controller's Bluetooth like USB is connected to the same USB adapter as the Wi-Fi, getting signals through the Bluetooth adapter for some reason interferes with the internet like dongle. So as a result, if there were more complicated controls, it seemed to um, on the controller, then it would fritz out the Wi-Fi adapter. So as a result, it would just cut the internet while I was playing. And I realized this because control, we like rarely have those issues with control. And that's because I play on mouse and keyboard. And then looking back, we had those issues or similar issues when I had a controller with Dead Space. So it's not necessarily my computer as a problem. It's the way I've set up my USBs. And once I've actually properly sorted that out, we'll get back to Melania. I'm promising, because of how it went, I am promising that I'm not going to fight Melania until I actually get this working on stream, and then we will stream it. And then you will watch me kick her ass. We got so, like, genuinely, we got so close. And it was so frustrating to see the internet just continually go out while I was fighting her. But what I did also find cool was, I mean, not cool, sorry. What I found extra, like, hilarious was that the fact that, like, in the fight with Melania, everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And, like, my mic collapsed. Like, my mic stand just collapsed while I was fighting her. I had to catch it with my elbow. It was, and I was just like, oh, my mic. And then I was chatting to chat while they were on the ground, basically. Oh, I'm gonna stretch. Having a wee stretch. Oh, oh, stretch so good. I might shit myself. Sorry. That's just become a thing, hasn't it? I'm not escaping that. Just joking about shitting my pants all the time. Dancing again, sorry guys. Stream break. Greymouse is dancing. Oh, he's just knocked the mic off its stand. Stream over. Looking at that skill issue. Tilted. How dare you? I mean, you are right though, let's be. I went into that Melania fight just getting my absolute ass handed to me. He's like, is this yours? This your ass? And I'm just like, yeah. Who would have thought the thing that actually worked was just like brute forcing it? Like, the best runs that I had were runs where I was just like running into her and then just attacking her continuously, not backing down, just swinging, swinging, swinging. Those were the best runs I had. It was so fucking funny. What I love about Elden Ring, just can't predict what's actually going to work for me. This is an arrow, so it'll actually have a little bit of distance. In the shadow, I mean. Again, me just spouting gibberish and then having to explain what I mean afterwards because I realize that I'm talking to a person, people, you know, speaking to a human being who actually like comprehends language, not the gibberish I spout from my mouth. Not the scattered musings of a madman. I kind of like that saying, scattered musings of a madman. There'd be a distortion with the shadow. So, thinking the back will be like that. Oh, it's so weird, but I kind of like it. That's also a thing. I'm going to try and embrace my style a little bit more. Like my art style a little bit more, which is it's not like fully refined styles. It's why I don't draw a second draft or a line work draft. I just draw the shape draft and then I draw. And I'm trying my best to actually like embrace my style a little bit more, if that makes sense. The like almost blobby uh highlights, the rougher like line work lines, the cell shaded kind of style of the line work, but then the fact that like none of the flat colors contain black. That's just something I've been aversive to since I was a kid. I never color in black or shades of gray. Ironically, despite my name, used to do ink work, but I found that I was not good at it, or I didn't enjoy doing it as much as I did making cartoons and little like comics and stuff. But that's what I'm thinking. Love the idea that someone's like, I'd love to know what Greymass like thinks about while he draws. And then you get like an insight into it and it's just a garbled mess. Garbled gibberish. They're like, oh, you know what, never mind. I take it back. It's endearing but deeply worrying. Eh, sounds like a lunatic. Oh, stretching again, sorry guys. Not just moaning. Not just moaning. Oh no, I'm gonna lose my arrow. Shit. Well, fine, I want to make good looking shadows. It'll. Fuck! As I'm going, I'm being reminded of. I can't remember when it was exactly, but it was during Control. And Loki, you said you're just like dealing with this. I can't remember what the exact words you said, but you're like this autistic mess. And I was like, what? And then he was like, no, you listen here. I'm like, no, you're probably pretty accurate. You're probably pretty right there. Based on my behavior from today, I'm I'm less against it. Not against it, you know what I mean? Starting to accept it. No longer in the denial stage, I'm in the acceptance stage. But like these pages, panels are so easy. Best thing ever. So little effort, so much reward. Best. doing something real quick. Don't mind me. Lovely. All right. So highlights. Do I really need to do highlights for this? Duck. Might as well, right? It's duck. Wooden duck. So there should be. Honestly, that kind of works. I designed a whole brush for highlights, but I'm slowly realizing that I could just draw in my line work brush and it would achieve the same thing, but I would actually have more control over how it looked. I think I'm just going to abandon my highlight brush. I've learned, I've grown as a person. As a result, I'm just going to abandon it. That's fine, right? I have other brushes that are very useful. That'll still be a useful brush, but not for this. Not for highlights anymore. But since I'm talking about brushes, that actually leads me on to like a question that I was pondering. And it kind of depends. I find that my audience isn't as much artists as it is um, multiple very creative. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. It's multiple very creative people. Um, Beyond just art and stuff, as well as like passionate people who are like passionate about anime or history or games and things like that. But I was wondering, would people be interested in receiving like in the monthly? I want to provide a little bit more to the monthly like kofi orders, and I was thinking, would people want my brush set on Clip Studio? I could provide that, and it wouldn't be asset brushes or anything like that, but it would be like the brushes that I use for lighting and shadows and line work. Because I'm slowly working on building up some new stuff for couldn't hurt there. Ultimately, yeah, it'd be fine to like add it in because it's like if you're paying a monthly subscription, then you can just get access to, and you're not actually paying for them, which is good. You're not like paying a price, like you're not paying say like $5 for a set of brushes. You're paying a monthly subscription and you get the brushes as well, which makes that sounds a little bit better. Because ultimately, like my brushes aren't complicated. Um, some of them are, but that's because I have a very like clear, like I have a very clear intention for how I want light to look. That's why I've got those hexagon uh, brushes and hexagon light brushes and things like that. But yeah, if I work out like a perfect setup for my brush work, I might just pop them up on Coffee. And then people can take them and use them if they like. Because I'm also going to start showing behind the scenes stuff in the monthly supporters uh, section or monthly supporters rewards. So basically, I have this second sketchbook that I keep with me at all times. It's actually on the chair next. And if I ever have ideas or thoughts about the Beanstalk Brigade series and the world building itself, I draw it and sketch it out and write out stuff in that book. And that'll eventually become a big compendium like the Silmarillion for Lord of the Rings once the comic is finished. But that'll take a long time. So until then, I might post behind the scenes, or I will post behind the scenes and show off the artwork and little like sketches and writing and stuff like that. There's one of which that I can't show is my breakdown of Cat Eye, the language of the goblins, because I've developed a whole language for the nation that we spend the story, like the breadth of the story in. And you'll see it popping up around the place. So you can actually decode it, but I don't want to give you the translation straight up. I want it to be one of the like reread value kind of things. One of the things that gives you reread value. So I'm going to keep that one hidden, even though there's some really cool illustrations and stuff in that page. So I break down waystones, which is going to be something we'll see in chapter 2, actually. So we might get onto that this week, but there are these items called waystones that are basically big rocks that have been hollowed out so that they hum or whistle in a certain tone. And basically their design was because goblins didn't want people getting lost and dying on the road, because Katianki nation that the goblins reside in is quite a dangerous land for those who don't know it well enough. So goblins wanted to guide people to safety. So they created these things called waystones that are big like boulders that look like, goblins, or as someone has told me, my neighbor Totoro. And they hum in the wind, and they guide travelers to safety. But they're a really cool little thing because they like they'll exist all over Katianki, and you'll see them like in the background, and they're these beautiful looking stones that have existed for eons, and they just hum and whistle in the wind. But in the comic itself, they won't actually get an explanation. They're just set dressing, and that led me to have the idea that like, oh, there should be like things for that. Oh, that's not fun. I don't think we'll get to chapter 3 this week. We never know, but I don't think we will, because I think there are some pretty. Actually, in chapter 2, there aren't that many like beefy backdrops to draw. But chapter 3, we are introduced to Timberstone, and that's where we meet the Timberstone guards. So we're actually introduced to our mods, which I'm very excited for. You'll actually get to see the mods and stuff in the world, existing and keeping the peace. I'm very keen on that. But I don't think we'll get that this time. Next, Beanstalk Week. Actually, that would be so disheartening that we don't get to chapter 3 until next year. That would be, I mean, then again, very par for the course, but also really heartbreaking. That, that, and then we have just an extra panel top of Another super quick panel. This shouldn't take a whole lot of time or thought, really. Finger pushing a button. That being said, I'm still fucking struggling. There we go. Way better. That's it. That's all the color. I mean, not color. That's all the flat work. So quick, so easy, smooth, fantastic. Man, making a comic is easy. Saying this now because the next panel is gonna be longer. That's actually gonna take time. Well, actually, hold on. I mean, not hold on, but I just realized I should be making a note of raiders, which was something I had intended to do. When I got raided this morning, which I didn't expect to happen, I wasn't prepared for. To make a note of that, hold on. Very lovely thing. Thorin talks creativity. Thorin. Make a note, raids, and any other follows that I'll also make a note of. It's very lovely to get that support. But yeah, raids. To make sure I give them the proper credit. I really like, so in regards to raids, I really liked, have been really enjoying raiding Lynn, or Line Up. She's just lovely. She's so sweet. It's an absolute sweetheart. I really appreciate her support as well. She's maybe like one of the like top 10 sweetest streamers I've encountered. Philip Seal being definitely up there for sure. And Moni. Actually, I've met a lot of really sweet streamers. So I can't really have a top 10. They're all so good. But yeah, I really enjoy raiding lineup. That's all the I just quickly save. Must remember to save. Always save your work. And always name your layers. You know, that's right. Not right, but okay. Shadows bend this way. Yes, but in this situation it's complicated, but it's still... I'm willing to let that go. Stretch at the end of a good done panel. I'm still tossing up whether or not to go to PAX, which is in Melbourne. So I'd have to travel to Melbourne, which I don't mind doing. But it's in October. I would be keen to go because then I get to see all my friends and stuff like that. But I'm just trying to think if I should or not. Like cost a bit. I mean, that's not the problem necessarily, but it's just like it would also mean that I wouldn't be streaming for a little while. I'll go to PAX and see my mates. Realize with Ratchet's hood and cloak, it actually covers a lot of this, a lot of him, which is fine because it actually makes my job easier, as always. But I do want to show the way he's kind of like straddling the stand. funny. I can actually just raise his legs a little bit. I have big legs, so it's not by much. But this guy's sick. Ratchet is. So fucking dumb. Love it. I love it. Such a good. But he's like straddled, like pressed up against the stand because he's too short to actually reach the top of it. Ah man, so good. What's next? Ratchet got. He's actually got daggers, doesn't he? So I should probably show them here. Also, probably start bringing up the references tab again. The only reason I didn't is because like I had it. I just got Obsidian around about the time when my computer started like randomly crashing, and I think my brain is equating the crashes with that, even though I've had a technician come by and check it and stuff, and it's now fine. But I might do that next stream or after the break. We'll see. It'll do. That'll do it. Nice break too, because I don't have to draw the deeply complicated Dogen. I mean, like, not his face and stuff. Draw the back of his head. Which way does his hair go? That way. Okay, done with that now. Had to do your daily stuff on Xbox. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Just hang out this line work. Making some progress. And I think last thing I was talking about was potentially going to PAX. Like, I'm not sure. Might do it in October here in Australia. I have to go to Melbourne, but that's okay. I'd be keen to actually see more of Melbourne beyond just a work trip. I'm not against that idea at all. But I also have to play. I mean, I'd be there for Vigi games. Not a bad thing. But am I a gamer? Yes, but not a good one. Hold on, I need to actually be able to comprehend what up and down is first before I add these shelves in. These are so crooked. Such crooked shelves. Gots to fix them up. Ugh. It's okay, I'm accustomed to streamers having a life and abandoning me for weeks at a time. I'm just look at Moni, she had the nerve to go get married. That's true. That's true. I kind of have a bit of leeway. And then go to a music festival. Ooh, that sounds like a good time. Married and then music festival. Nice, nice, nice. For me, I would just do. I I got plenty of like cool music festivals here in Adelaide, so I don't need to go anywhere for them. But PAX, that'll be one that I'm tossing up with. And I feel like, yeah, I should go. Be a really good networking event, you know, even outside of just the games and stuff and having fun. Great event to like meet other streamers and meet streamers who I have known for a long time, but get to meet them in person. She went to EDM. Oh shit, nice. I think it was in Vegas like a week after she got back from the wedding and honeymoon. Oh, that's cool. Good on her. I should add a face in first. I shouldn't just draw hair without a head attached to it. That will just go badly for me. Yeah, there we go. That would have been pretty cool. I'm not a huge music festival person. I'd like to go to more, but huge music festival person. So that being said, I also don't like big crowds of people. That's the thing. That's why I'm like not the biggest music uh, festival person. That's tiny. That's too small. We must make it bigger. That's way better. Fuck is me. Hey, shut your mouth. I'm working. I'm trying to work here. No, I went to whisper. Really be very uh, offs like that. Yeah. Off again, as if my chat will know what I'm saying when I say it. There we go. That's way better. Otherwise, it's like overly sharp. Oh, I was like, what the fuck was that noise? That really doesn't work for this song. Oh, none of this shit does. That's So weird. Oh, it would sound really good in a song. Pots and pans. Oh no, that would sound terrible. Shut up. I know what I'm doing. After 8 p.m., you should probably make sure your brother is still alive. BRB, I guess. Yeah, you do what you need to. Check that your brother's okay. As in, mate. Might actually check that message. Who it was. I mean, I know who it was, but they're okay. Yep, still alive. Always good. Always good. My friend was just messaging me about Koroks, so it wasn't uh, super pressing, but very important. Less debatable, but let's go with being good. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Surely. Get a reference up for her. I haven't drawn her in a while. When was the last time we saw her? Here. The previous page. Okay, super not complicated. Like, super simple design. Okay, there we go. Got a bow. Or arrows. Dogan won the carnival game. Gets a pick of the prize. Throwing her out. Awful. Not how you draw hands. Fingies. That's not either, but slightly better. Oh. But gloves are complete here. You'll probably have Zid in a few minutes, so you'll leave me up on my phone while you watch her on the PC. I'll not be as active, but you'll still be around. All good, all good. You do what you gotta do. We understand. I appreciate you being in here and being around. Much as you have been. Yeah, you do you. Send Zid a love. Okay, cool. Now we can actually get that on the shelves. Hydrate. Good idea, Zombie Slayer. Hello. Lovely to see you. Loki pops out as Zombie Slayer comes in. Are they the same person? We may never know. Hi, gorgeous. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, I'm good. I'm gonna just have a big stretch. No proof. No proof. There's no way of knowing. Could be one person in the same room just bouncing between two computers. Or two accounts. Can't be sure. How would I know? Just do a bit of a wiggle and a stretch. And a roll, and I'll hydrate as well. Oh, feels good. Yeah, how you doing, Zombie Slayer? If we're the same person, one of us is a very fast typer. Actually, that's a really good point. Surely not. A very dynamic writer, yeah, for sure. No, it's correlation. It can't be causation, surely. Oh, I went through her hair. Stretch my legs just a moment. There goes. Just get the blood pumping back into the legs. Always a good idea. And we're back. Back to normal. Getting the ducks. Great review. Any anime. Any anime ever? Hold on. I'll try and pick one that we haven't talked about. I haven't talked about before. Go through my collection of animes in the old brain. Fruits Basket. The original Fruits Basket with a young Laura Bailey as Toru Honda. That was excellent. And the fact that it only ran for one season was heartbreaking. I remember watching it as a kid because it was on. It was on. So in Australia, we had a show called. We have ABC, which is the like broadcasting service in Australia, the Australian Broadcasting Centre. And there was like an ABC Kids, basically, and they sometimes had anime on. It's where I saw like stuff like One Piece, like when I was very young. But they were never in the right order. They were always in like sporadic orders. You'd have like episode 5 and then episode like 27. You'd be like, whoa, Luffy looks different, or Luffy's doing something different. Um, but that's such a weird addition to that lo-fi song. That wasn't a person, sorry. But Fruits Basket was one of like the first introduction I really had to anime. And it was really beautiful. It was a really lovely story and stuff. Very sweet, but also melancholy when it needed to, like when it needed to be. And it was quite confronting as well. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Trolley Foxbat. Nice to meet you. How are you? Welcome. Are you an artist? If you are, art text, do you have any art to show? We're just talking about Fruits Basket, the anime. You're good, that's good. Old school Fruits Basket, nice. Watching it as a kid. Why must you hurt me so? I mean, I'm 25, so that actually probably does make you feel quite old, doesn't it? Sorry, Loki. Sorry. Yeah, but it was on the. Well, also, like. Actually, I don't want to just, like, dig. I was gonna say, Laura Bailey was like. What the hell, Zombie Slayer? Deadass, you should leave. He's not even a real streamer. I I was talking about this with a friend of mine, and I was like, on my like ABN and stuff, I have to clarify that I'm a content creator. I'm no longer a videographer. I don't like this song. I'm gonna just switch because I don't like the little like dweebus shouting to at his mum background. So just switch the song out there. I had to change my like classification to content creator And I was like, ugh, feels so weird doing that. I've been a videographer for so long. Becoming a content creator felt weird. 36. Okay. You're only 11 years older than me. That's bad. Not as bad as it could be. But yeah, I love Fruits Basket. And that's where I fell in love with Laura Bailey as a voice actress. She was so good. And she was, she did the little goofy kind of nervous girl voice, and it was great. He also only streams once a month. Sorry about that. That's true. Yeah, I only stream like once a month. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. But are you wrong though? Yes, very wrong. I'm literally streaming all day today, and I streamed yesterday and the day before. I don't stream every day though. Don't get that assumption either. I don't do that. This is just a special set of circumstances. Hey, drawing and VTuber, are you a cup of tea? Hey, excellent. A little bit cursed, but I'm also a little bit wholesome. I'm the perfect divide for art streamers. So come on in, chill out, get comfy. We're gonna be here for the long haul. I'm here all day, so you got plenty of time to get comfy. Cosplay time. Hey, see, he said it. He confirmed it. Shit. Okay, gonna randomly pick out a person. Who am I cosplaying as today? Oni. I need that day. And good luck finding that kind of streamer, VTuber, and artist. Found it, mate. Thing, the funniest, you can't have wholesome with curse. Yeah, you can't have wholesome with curse. Need a little bit of both. You got to balance it out somehow. Me, I balance out a lot of my curse in it. Most consistent things we talk about here are believing in yourself, and then also that time the Prime Minister of Australia shit his pants in an Engadine Macca's. So, like, ultimately, little thing, like, there's something for everyone here. There's something for everyone here. You're a sort of artist dum-dum. Yes, that is accurate. There are so many streamers like, what do you think Twitch is about? For Zombie Slayer assumes that I'm the only one who streams on Twitch. There are no other streamers. He doesn't believe that there are actually other streamers. I mention them by name, and then he's like, that's like a persona that you have, or it's one of your OCs. I mentioned like Moni. Like the mouse Twitch has something for everyone. Yeah. Like the mouse Twitch has something for everyone. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, that's a bit of a. But also, I'll show you some of my work. So, currently working on a comic. It's called Ratchet and the Beanstalk Brigade, and it follows a goblin rogue who joins up with a party and steals gold from giants. I'll show you one of the previous pages because it provides a better example. Correction, you are the only streamer, fuckhead. Oh, jeez. This is our protagonist. This is Ratchet. He's a goblin rogue. He's a runt of his litter. So as a result, he is 2'9". He is one of the shortest goblins you will meet, but he is also a skilled fighter and also a master of stealth. Ratchet and the Beast. Yes. We'll go through the entire Disney catalog with Ratchet, and it will be beautiful. Unfortunately, Mouse Twitch has been confirmed to be permanently offline, though. Yeah, we can't raid into Grey Mouse, sadly, because he's always offline when we're getting ready to raid. Very unfortunate. Very bad timing by us, I think. Or him. Or them. We don't know. But yeah, that's what comic is. Good bit of fun. We chat about anime and all sorts of stuff. We chat about anime and video games a lot of the time while I'm sketching away. And sometimes cursed shit, like Australian Prime Ministers. For a reason beyond my comprehension. Not my own comprehension. I brought it on myself. Like I said, if I'm ever shocked by my community, I gotta remember I encourage them. I encourage them to exist in the way that they do, and I wouldn't want it any other way. Of course. You were joking, you are not funny. We got a nice counter. We've got Zombie Slayer's nemesis, Trolley. What would you prefer? Would you prefer Trolley, Fox, Bat? Trolley, Fox, Bat? God, why do I always grab my phone like it's a rock? Absolutely no grace or care. Just like, ooh, grab at it. That's not the point. It's to annoy Mouse. Takes a lot to annoy me. I'll admit. Got a real soft heart, this mouse. And as Nightbot lovingly has informed, we do have a Discord. The only thing I kind of endorse about the Discord currently, other than it's a great community full of really funny and like-minded individuals, is that we have a character creation space. So if you have a character design that you'd really like to see in the comic, you can drop the character design in that channel. Oops, sorry. Drop it in that channel, and you can. And then the next time I draw a populated scene, I will be going to that part of the Discord and filling in those pages, filling in those panels with characters that you guys created. It's a bit of a win-win because ultimately it gives you guys an opportunity to add characters to the story, while also it helps me because it means I don't have to spend time trying to come up with colorful and interesting characters all the time while creating new panels, new populated scenes. So I always recommend that. This panel was actually not quite as hard as I thought it was going to be. Great. I love it when my job is slightly easier than I expected. save. Never know when you might. I love that on my phone there's a Discord delay. So when I check it, it's like Punga's telling me that I've gone live, and I'm like, it's been 3 hours, Punga. You're behind. So sorry guys, I'm not trying to get upset, but jokes like to you are disrespectful. Apologies. We will steer clear of them in that case then. We don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. Keep things and respectful. That's what we want. We want a nice, respectful environment for people to enjoy themselves. Go out. That one's actually going to be fine. Mr. Resident Troll, I like to think he's not hugged anyone as a child. Also a fair point. Also fill in, yes. Got them. Yeah. We got to fill the bottom space. We got bees, we got sausages, and we got dogs and elephants. In this space, we probably got bees. Y'all have an inside joke, I can let it slide there. Mouse, considering the Legion are already in New Vegas, aren't the NCR basically screwed? The NCR don't have a communication problem with their radios thinking people are dying when they aren't. And they don't even have good food at Camp McCarran, so aren't the NCR screwed without courier intervention? Not an inside joke, more of an inside disappointment. Additionally, pretty fair. They're both entering from outside areas, so it's more that it's an underprepared, underutilized situation, I think. Loki's got it down. Loki knows. At least he hasn't said the word Riz in several weeks. Yes, that's true. He's been on his behavior has been better. That is true. So where can I find the comic? So the comic will be available on Tapas. We're currently still working on the first chapter. So there's currently nothing available yet. At the end of this week, chapter 1 should be available. On Twitch here, I do have a link to the comic itself, so you should be able to get that. You should be able to use that to find the comic itself. Currently, since there's nothing there, you might just see some very nice looking cover art, and that's about it. There it is. Yeah. But there's nothing there currently. other than the front page, which does look nice. I will admit, I've done a good job with that. Very happy with it. I didn't expect that to work. Good job, Mouse. That's true, yeah. You gotta aim low with me, because you'll only be like pleasantly surprised when something does work. Correction, I said Riz last stream in the raid. You think too highly of me, Loki, but thank you for that. Yeah, that's true. He did say that. He did say Riz. But it's in far more reduced numbers. Far fewer numbers. The Riz will be back, and in worse quantities. Ratchet and the Beanstalk makes you think of Jack. Yeah, so it pays homage to the Jack and the Beanstalk story. I thought that would be just a bit of fun. And but yeah, it also does follow a similar storyline to Jack and the Beanstalk, just in that they are ascending to the clouds and stealing from giants, but in your own twist. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's only a homage. It's not a direct ripoff. Not yet. I mean, it won't be, but yeah. Set in a fantasy world, based on a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that was never finished, which is super cool. So I'm actually getting to add closure to a game that didn't have an ending. It was a game I wasn't the DM for. It was the game. It was a game that I was I was a player. I was Ratchet. Basic most media takes inspiration from older works nowadays. Yeah, well, a lot of work is inspired by or takes homage from a lot of work, and it is just what it is. You know, it's a very upbeat song. Only 4, so I actually have one more space. Sausage. Here we go, sausage. Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet. So the name Ratchet, uh, is sadly not a homage to Ratchet and Clank. I've never played Ratchet and Clank, so his name is actually a shortening of his original title. So Ratchet is not actually his real name. His real name will be revealed in the comic. I don't want to spoil that, but is when he left his family, he changed his name to Ratcatcher. I remember watching something on Netflix once. It was basically Moby Dick in space. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, his name was Ratcatcher, and then the party that he joined renamed him Ratchet because Ratcatcher is a terrible name for a child. Okay. They're all kind of stacked up at the back, aren't they? But did he catch rats though? He did. He was a royal rat catcher, so he caught rats for the royal guard in the campaign. If you had maps, that would be cool. I do actually plan on having maps, so good that you brought that up. I'm glad you brought it up because I have that planned. Sounds like a good name to me then. Yeah, so he was called Ratcatcher because he basically just took on the name of whatever his job was at the time. So he was Ratcatcher. He actually has a different name with his adoptive father Dogan, but it's not revealed in this dream sequence, so I won't reveal it yet. Dogan just calls him Little Wick, as in like a little candle wick. And that's for symbolic purposes. But that's more just a nickname. His real name will be revealed in time. But I also like the idea that Ratchet had no real... Like, we don't know Ratchet's actual name until much later in the story. Just call him Ratchet. Unironically, his job sounds pretty fucking important. If you don't deal with your rat problem, it'll spread disease and they'll eat your fruits and other foods, thus they go to waste. Yeah, exactly. Cannot find you when I look you up in Tapas for some odd reason. It's probably because I haven't published anything, so I'm just a uh, kind of a bystander account, basically, or an unpublished account. So that will probably be it. If you want to follow something, I'll give you... Hold on. Yeah, so I'll give you the kofi, which you can follow, where I'll be posting updates and stuff. By the end of this week, I should have the link working for the tapas. You're a fan of aptronym names? It's an aptronym name. Is it what I've just like provided, or is it? If not, can you educate me? This little sausage booty. Cheeky little guy. Alright, cool. I don't have money for that, so give me 1 minute. You can just follow, you don't need to pay anything. Like, it's just a following thing. Or you can use the Discord. Very good timing, Nightbox. Nightbot. Names that are fitting to a job, like Baker or Potter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do like them too. It's cool, it's got good standing in history as well. You joined the Discord. Nice. Welcome to the Discord. That's probably the best place you can go to for information and updates. Honestly, it just makes the most sense. Stretching. And I'll post art there occasionally. I also post updates. If I end up not streaming on a certain day, I'll let you guys know through the Discord earlier than through Twitter, for sure. I do have a Twitter, but I really just use it to let people know that I'm going live. As Dominic Toretto would say, family. Family. We are the Yakult. We are a family of a sort. We're all friends here. We like to build a nice, kind community. So far, we've done really good in that. Everyone's lovely. I think that one of the reasons why ancient Egyptians worshipped cats is because that cats would eat the rats, and since Egypt was big on trade with other empires, you need those food and spices to be kept fresh. Thus, cats would deal with the rats, and now you have a more sanitary empire. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if that was one of the reasons for sure. The last name means dark colored, a reference to the fact that while we are Irish, we have black hair. Ah, interesting. What a cool, what a cool genealogy there. That's awesome. I have a Celtic wizard's last name. Not going to explain anything to stop myself from doxing myself. Trying to be better at not doxing myself. But yeah, I've got a Celtic wizard's last name, which is kind of cool, but also very weird. I didn't even Dark Souls song. Those of you new to my stream, I'm just currently doing a style of coloring that's known as, I like to call child coloring, where I basically just throw all the colors into the panel and then I will fill them in more properly later. It basically means that I won't be jumping from panel to panel, just grabbing colors. That would be really frustrating for you guys to watch and for me to like do. So just fill in the colors now. Cat looks down on man, dog looks up to man, mouse, rat looks straight at man. Yes. We are in that respect. We are allies in this great war against nothing. But what does man do? It's war. Man does war. Man does war well. That's not going to be a useful panel. What was behind the panel? Yellow. Yellow and red. Cool. Easy. Very much the nature of how I do things. It's like mad jabbering. And then, oh yes, this is correct. Onwards. Is that joke from the Ratatouille short? Could be. I can never be certain where my humor comes from, but Ratatouille is definitely one of those sources. Yeah. Sounds like it. Tiniest amounts of green that I'm using. Panel. I have to get in close now. Right. I like to do all my art from a safe distance. Safe distance. I can look at it broadly. The way I was look at that was like a crime scene. Yeah, bit like a scattered mess. How I roll. Who I am as a person. Scattered mess. Nice as possible way. Because of the red by itself, yeah, very fair. A very strong red color that I can respect. Might also draft again, as I do quite often. Coloring, I just turn off the draft because scattered lines at that point, not helping me, making it more complicated to see. Brown. Yeah, there we go. I know I may have said that this won't take as long as I thought. I'm going to take that back. I can never be certain if it will take as long as I expect or not. Cool. Cool back then, 10 minutes ago. Learned now I'm better, wiser. Almost lunchtime here, so I'll probably make some food, take a break. Good. Unusual, do the same. Take a break, eat. We've been streaming for about 3.5 hours, so that's pretty good. Not going to stop though. I'm going to put up the break screen as per, but like I will be away for about 30 minutes again. take some time to stretch my legs, stretch out my back, eat some food, make some food. Might do a croque madame, so egg on toast. One of my faves. But that'll be at 12. So we got like 40 minutes. But I'm letting you guys know early. Just realized I have compressed hours at work. Doesn't matter right now. But I think the week I come back after this series of streams, this week, I think I have the Monday off. So I might just play Legend of Zelda. Oh man, that'll be good. That's gonna be a good day. play Legend of Zelda and watch all the comments come in about my comic. People being like, I didn't like what you did with the story. And I'm like, it's the first chapter. Chill out. Ask, what's your most hated type of single player gaming mission? Oh man, I need to think. You want a specific example? Yeah, just a mission in a game. Currently it's Millennia. Well, not really. I actually don't hate that fight. Um, Single player mission. Well, coming to you as a, FromSoft player, someone who loves the Dark Souls games, probably got to be Blight Town. Blight Town is probably one of my hated missions. Horrible, really rough, really mean. Or you could say escort or fetch quest. That's also a very fair addition, I'd say. You could say fuck this one in particular. Hate those, yeah. To give you a specific answer, Blight Town, the level design of Blight Town, or the Bed of Chaos fight in Dark Souls 1, that also sucks. Because it's platforming and it's in a game that was not designed to be a platformer. It's really clunky and really bad. And the best way to win that fight is you have to die a few times to even win. That's not cool. Not that there's any shame in dying, especially in that game, but yeah, it's not fun, or it doesn't feel fair or reasonable. Isn't that basically when games have forced stealth missions, but the devs forgot to have good stealth mechanics? Yeah, pretty much. They create a new addition to the game, but it goes against a lot of what the game was designed to be, so as a result, it's just clunky and bad. Uh, One game that I know a lot of people didn't play, but I think it was uh, I can't even remember what it's called, but it was a game where you played as a ghost and you're trying to solve your own murder. Murdered Soul Suspect. That's what it was called. And so much of that game is really clunky. And it felt like it wasn't designed with a lot of the potential in mind. So as a result, it just comes across as really bad. Murdered Soul Suspect, yeah. Like Dead Space 1 having to shoot the asteroids with a turret part. Yeah. I think they played that off well, but it is definitely a part of the game that doesn't feel as polished, I guess. I guess one could say. I think I'm just gonna stay dressed as Moni for a while. Hope y'all don't mind. I realized that I still had the hat on, and I'm just gonna leave it. Gonna let it be. Chill. Started playing it and it didn't feel that way. Murdered? Still suspect? Yeah. It's one of those games. I mean, the gameplay was fine, but it all felt a little bit like all over the place, story-wise. And I think I originally bought the game. Oh, sorry. Ugh. I think I originally bought the game because it was like, oh, you can possess a cat and you can wander the world as a cat. And it's like, there's maybe one mission where you can do that. So it felt like it kind of sold you on a bit of a lie. Then again, it also came out during a period of time where a lot of games were quite, not restrictive, but restricted in their scope or enclosed in their scope. When games have those good ideas but don't use it in any way that should be used. Yeah, I do think that Murdered Soul Suspect also had a really big scope and really big potential, but like the the game's atmosphere at the time couldn't, like, development couldn't support it. I remember also like a lot of the outside levels, you could walk through walls in the game, but you couldn't walk through walls into buildings. That's because like there's no way they could run a game that big. But realistically, phasing through walls is cool as fuck. Yeah, like the stealth and manhunt. Cool, fair, fair. Some games do stealth really well, even though it's not what they're designed to do. Oh wait, that is legal there. It is, yeah. Not anymore. Uh, our classifications around games have been improved, mostly because we had a minister at the time of them being improved, where they played a lot of games, and so they understood it a lot better. Hit escort missions with every bone in your body. That's fair. Um, yeah, but we have better regulations around games now. Some games are still banned, like uh, South Park: The Stick of Truth was heavily censored. So any section that was, so like the probe mission was censored in Australia, and in the Australian version of South Park: The Stick of Truth, when you get to that section, just have a crying koala and then a caption that explains what happened and what you missed. It's very Australian. Well, not very Australian, but like making fun of Australians for the classification, which honestly is fair. It was so restrictive. And nowadays games are pretty much at that level of like manhunt and stuff, where the violence is there, but they're not they're not censored in the same way. To sit back, hostage checked myself. Thank God your government actually plays the games that they think should or shouldn't be banned. Yeah, well, they do now. we got a really good minister for that at the time, and he changed the classification settings or regulations because he understood that games shouldn't be censored this way. Because denying them makes them tantalizing. You don't want a situation where you're illegally downloading, like the kids of your nation are illegally downloading violent video games. No. They shouldn't be exposed to it as at an early age, but they should. The best way to teach responsibility isn't through restriction. I'm not sure if they do that in the US, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did due to the highest levels of incompetence. I can't speak for America, so I wouldn't know. But never know. If they did it wrongly, then the censored game becomes kind of like a martyr of sorts. Yeah, exactly. Uh, oh, there's a YouTube channel you like, Censored Gaming. They do lots of comparisons about different countries' censorship. That's cool. The US government has no understanding of gaming, like FTC bullshit is proof. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. They'll only restrict it if it like has like political reference. Certain like political references are damning, or political commentary that is damning. Because certain games are not banned in the US, but are potentially their theme. I know Fear and Hunger, which is a game I hadn't heard of at all very recently, is banned in a lot of countries. Contains some very dark themes, even though it's like an 8-bit game made in RPG Maker. So it's not visually visceral, but it is descriptively visceral. What game? Fear and Hunger. The game is called Fear and Hunger, and it's very popular in Russia apparently. But it contains like it's basically a game where you're gonna die a lot, and not like in the same way Dark Souls is like you're gonna die a lot. It's like you use death as like a basically like a checkpoint. And then it also features a lot of dismemberment. There's genitalia depicted in the game and stuff like that. You can sell kids, and you can also like commit cannibalism. Well, that was one thing that I know about. I like how anti-smoking companies are doing it in the sense of having long-time smokers speak on smoking and make them ads on YouTube. So the government has to do the same with games because just outright ban it, then people only want more, and some will only get it as a fuck you to the government. Yeah, pretty much. As a form of rebellion, even though really they should be just available for people because they're just games. I also think a lot of like violent video game discourse is caused by um, its diversion. Certain things, if there's situations where video games can be blamed over bad parenting, for example, then they're going to blame the video games over just being a negligent parent. They always do. No one is really eager to admit that maybe they just did a bad job parenting. That's a very funny conversation because when you bring up that you can do objectively good things in a game, people suddenly get quiet. Yeah. Or that like the vast majority of people actually do good, like are kind games. Or they go with the good option more often than the bad option. Makes their tummy hurt to do the evil thing. And people don't talk about that in this discourse. It doesn't feed to their side of the story or to their beliefs. It doesn't fit their confirmation bias, basically. Games shouldn't be your babysitter. Parents should know what they're buying for their kids. That's also a very good point. You should just engage with their kids at games as well. Video games are treated like interests, like they should be. Would have a lot less that stigma surrounding it. I mean, by sheer nature of it, of course. Yeah. First, onto the pixel layer. Pixel level. Got about 10 minutes. Go get lunch. Some food. And maybe more coffee. Do I need another coffee? That's the question. Something like Modern Warfare 2, yes, it has a mission where you kill civilians in the No Russian mission, but one game says you don't have to play it to complete it. Two, it shows the tragedy of war, that being even the killed, and that's weirdly beautiful in some way. How about I Uber eats you lunch and you just keep streaming? That's a like layered issue there, I think. I would never say no, but I'd have to give you my location, I'd have to, you know, all that stuff. You get it. You get it. That'd be very kind of you, but also I wouldn't. I would never say yes to that. I think I don't need people buying me food. I buy my own food, my own mouse. Really gonna Uber eat a handful of breaded cheese? No. Okay, good point. Good point. There's a third party thing you can use for that. Oh, really? That might be interesting. I would be nervous to get a shit ton of food, but like, never know. I could try that one day. Oh, that's all line work. Wrong with me. Okay, cool. Edit, redo that one line, come back to flat colors. I wouldn't be against it. I would still have to get up and collect the food, but I wouldn't have to cook it though. And if you do, and if you video games cause violence and that should be punished, if you did good things in games should get a medal for that, your best argument you have for that debate. Yeah, should you be rewarded for the good things you do in video games? Especially if you're being punished for the bad things that you do in video games. Because there's no, like, by that logic, there is no incentive other than the absence of punishment. That's not, we have come to understand that in psychology, that is not a good motivator for absence of punishment, not a good motivator for good behavior. It's only a motivator of avoidant punishment. You aren't conditioned to act, act morally, punished for acting immorally. You are dead teaching a kid to be avoidant of punishment. They'll do what they want to do. Can't create an environment where you punish a kid for lying. Only create, like, the only way to stop lying is to create an environment where the child feels safe telling you. You can't just punish a kid for lying. They don't learn, like, you can't teach that way. Street stream, or how Zid has done it, is make her order and tell chat, then people went in and gave money to her coffee. That also makes sense. To make your kids hate you for the rest of their lives. Yeah, you have returned from the gym. Nice. Do you get a good pump on? It's swole. The tragic irony, I'm about to take a break to go make lunch. Returned, but at the worst possible time. So I will be back. How was the pumping iron set? Yeah. Pretty. Bros. Ripped. Oh, heck. Muscular. Anything. Nice. I love asking those questions because it sounds like an absolute ask. Worked on form mostly. That's good. That's good. Gotta perfect the form. Very important. If you have an imperfect form, you could hurt yourself. That would be bad. Takes you out of exercise for ages. Still heavy weights. Nice. Metal. Love it. Gotta not hurt yourself. Form is absolute. Nice. Is there any game you would like to see be made but hasn't been made for some reason? That's a very interesting question. Actually, genuinely, I'd like a more expansive, like expanded road trip game. So a game where you actually drive across country. And like there's a story to it and you actually travel a long distance in game, but there's like a lot of, it would take a great deal of work, but not a sequel. Yeah. Yeah. So I would just like a game where you road trip across a country. But there is actual distance, events happen, and you encounter difficulties and things like that, and you encounter story beats. So like Road 96 did something like that. I mean, like a completely different game that starts in its own universe. Yeah, isn't Road 96? Yeah, like that, but that game is like that game is pretty close to what I want. But I want a bigger world, and I kind of don't like the idea that you're escaping something. I kind of just want a game where you travel to reach something. I know Life is Strange 2 kind of does that as well, but yeah. I want a game that's more dedicated to travel and exploring the world and making friends along the way and things like that. And again, Road 96 is pretty damn close. But I also want a game that's a little bit more expansive. Uh, so a lot of driving like Euro Truck, yeah. Ooh, which sequel? Yeah. I play a lot of American Truck Simulator. I want something with a bit of meat. I want to feel like I've traveled a long, but I've not been either. Like there's stuff to do, see, stop and check out. There's also another game that kind of does it, but not quite in the same way as Jalopy. Game I really enjoy, but I can't stream because it doesn't stream well. Um, but you travel across Turkey, old car that you have to kind of fix up and monitor like fuel and oil levels and things like that. And then there is a story to it where you actually take your uncle along with you. He tells you about the old ways and things like that, and it's really interesting because you basically get to hear this story from him about his past and how he had left Istanbul, and you're heading back to Istanbul. So like stuff like that. That would be great. I don't necessarily have to be escaping something, but I want to be traveling somewhere with a goal in mind. You've got lots, but goal to judge me for the main ones. Let me think of another realistic maintaining a car. Yeah, sort of. I'm curious about the first, like Loki's first choice. So Nightbot, you're tricking me. Thought that was a new message. Yeah. Main one is what you call a guilty pleasure game, and it's the only wrestling game you liked since. Oh, cool. You're also getting lunch for you and the boy. Fair enough. Have a good lunch. I'll probably take. Oh shit! It's 12. I should probably take lunch. Going on lunch break, boss. Doesn't start in its own universe, but I would love a dark and gritty war game on the Rebel Alliance fighting the Empire in Star Wars. That'd be cool. Like from the ground. He's having dumplings. Ooh, lucky. Hope you enjoy your lunch. Yeah, I'm just going for a break. We'll be right back. You're having a burrito? That sounds real nice. I'm gonna have either a sandwich, like an egg sandwich, or croque madame. Either one. But even so, see you guys in a moment. We'll just jump to the break screen, and I'll be back in like 30 minutes, give or take. But we'll be right back. But a Terraria or Stardew Valley sequel game would be amazing. That's actually a really good one too. Yeah, another Anthem, but gooder. Also very fair. All right, see you guys in a few minutes. Oh yeah, the StarCraft Ghost game. That would also be very good. Be right back. Gonna go make egg. Beck made an egg and bacon. Let's catch up to that. Another Anthem game, but cancel StarCraft. I like Anthem, just the end game was grind. End game, grind was garbage. Would love an Outriders sequel. Gameplay and world building was amazing. Environmental storytelling was top notch. I really liked Anthem. The flight was genuinely great, but I just biggest complaint was the end game grind, not enough to keep it interesting or worthwhile. All very fair things. I've not played either of them, so can't be certain. Grabbing a tea towel, this sandwich is slightly greasier than I expected it to be. Or should I say oilier? Oil, not grease. Alright, I'm back. That was delicious. Really good sandwich. Very well worth it. Had spicy tomato chutney. Very good. Two different kinds of cheeses, because of course, I'm a mouse after all. I do like the cheese. Oh, but it was spicy chutney. Feeling the burn. A little bit, ever so slightly. It's a problem, but very spicy. But I'll feel it more on the way out, so. Terrible thing to say. Oh well. We're like 4 hours into the stream. You guys know who I am as a person. Scuffed, cursed, weird. Wait, person, I thought you were a mouse. Oh shit. I always forget to say that. I always forget to say mouse instead of person. Saying I am that kind of mouse. Shit. The veil has been lifted. The truth revealed. A fraud. A cad, if you will. Tricked ya. Actually a person. Or am I a mouse pretending to be a person? Pretending to be a mouse? We can never know for sure. Unless I dox myself again. think now that it's past lunchtime, jump to a kind of lo-fi. A little bit of different. There we go. Ghibli. Complicated. Or fiddly. Slightly. Everything else isn't quite as fine detailing as those. Shelf safe space for my art. Fill it in. Nice. Don't look at the wilds outside of the stand because they're not filled in yet. Mess. filled, but of color, right? Color. Tell you what, sometimes you get to link roasted roasted and stuff. Like, fuck, nice. Blinded for a moment. My own stupid. posture check. Ah! I was actually prawning, so that's a good. You're back! Welcome back! Can I get this chair in closer? Sort of, yeah. Yeah! You had lunch, you had a pee, had a good rest. I had lunch. It was very tasty. Made me sleepy though. Ugh. Take much to make me sleep. What was for lunch? I had an egg and bacon toasty. With what's it? Hot, like spicy tomato chutney, which was delicious. Two different kinds of cheese as well, just chucked in. Very nice stuff. That sounds delicious. Yeah, it was very good. Very hot. Well though, spicy, sexy, spicy. Hey, you want some? I can write the recipe in the Discord. It's not that complicated. It's just, you know, egg, bacon, tomato, spicy tomato chutney. The bouginess comes in the bread because I make the bread myself from scratch, and I put spices, Italian herbs, um, sunflower seeds, and then also chili, chili flakes into the bread itself. Or just do the easy way, which is mail it to you. Is that the easy way? Is that easy? That's easy for you. For me, that's a massive pain in the ass. Customs wouldn't allow it. They're just gonna dump it. They're gonna see that and they'll be like, no, and then they'll just dump it in a bin. Not even the like containment safe bin. They're gonna dump it in a bin. They're like, idiot. What are you doing? That's your point. It's easy for you. Yeah, I thought so. No, I'm here. I'm not here to make things easy for you. I'm here to make things easy for me. Well, they might eat it. Probably not. It'll probably be pretty sodden by the time it gets to them, let alone you. Chuck it in an envelope. Maybe put it in a Ziploc bag if I'm feeling adventurous. Ray review. Rate the DC movies. In chronological order, the ones that I know. Really like the Christopher Nolan DC movies. Those ones were great. From there, Superman. Starts really nicely. Has a really good opening. The rest of it sucks, or isn't very good. Um, the Zack Snyder stuff. So Batman vs Superman isn't good. Very bad writing, like really poor writing. Then God, I almost said Injustice. The Justice League. Both versions are bad. Joss Whedon's is not good, and it's a rushed product of someone else's like idea. But that being said, the Snyder cut is not that much better. If you need an extra 2 hours to make your movie watchable, then you didn't do a good job. Sorry, but that is the truth. From there, Aquaman was okay. Suicide Squad could have been good. Yes, the first Suicide Squad could have been really good. It wasn't. And I don't think, and like a lot of people were pushing for the director of that to release his director's cut, and it wouldn't have made it better. Again, like the Snyder cut, it doesn't make it better. It would have just added 2 hours to an already bloated movie. That's not necessarily improving it. The Suicide Squad I enjoyed. I can understand the criticisms, but I think I enjoyed it objectively. What other ones are there? I think Aquaman 2 is going to fail. I really liked Shazam and really disappointed that Shazam 2 ended up being garbage. Basically, it all fell apart because of Black Adam, which was bad. Uh, and a big part of the problem, like, big part of the reason why Black Adam wasn't good, that uh, The Rock can't stand being depicted as a bad guy. As in, he seems to have like a bit of a self-esteem issue that has arisen from the Fast and Furious series. That he can't see himself being defeated or being a bad guy, and as a result, Black Adam had to become a good guy. Bad guys being the good guys and fighting against mindless monsters is a cool idea, yeah. And I also really like the mortality of it all, in that they're not doing it because it's the right thing to do. They're doing it because they've got bombs in their neck, and if they don't do what they're told, then they're gonna be murdered. And basically a suicide mission. They are expendable, and the intention is that basically because they're criminals, um, the government's just like, well, we lose a criminal. Oh well, they're fully expendable. And then if they succeed, then hey, cool. We reduce time off your sentence that you're just gonna accrue up anyway, being a criminal. So prove us wrong. Great, it's a great concept. And they are fighting for their own reasons, which reduced sentences. That's a realistic reason for them to fight. Yeah, absolutely. Really good. I really like it. I really like it, and I think James Gunn's version a lot better. So I'd be keen to see it improved. I thought Ratcatcher was super great, a really good character. What else is there? Yeah, so Black Adam fell apart because of the Rock's ego. I think it could have been very good. They spent years making it and preparing it and setting it up and working on it, and then it ended up just being bad because at this point The Rock was so fixated uh, on his like fame and notoriety that it was no longer about making a story. It was about him solidifying that he's a that you should think he's cool. Does all these cool things, you know, but he's not the bad guy, so he's a cool, good dude. Yeah, boring, boring storytelling. Really boring storytelling, built upon the foundations of a very weak ego, which is something I noticed about a lot of the Fast and Furious cast, is that they have very fragile egos, and they have to have like rules that they win their fights, or there are a certain amount of points, and the closest they come to like someone losing is that they draw. Like Vin Diesel is like notoriously bad. Yeah, that's in the Rock's contract that he can't lose a fight. He can only take a certain number of hits to not look like a bitch, and that's why the Fast and Furious. That's why Fast and Furious isn't a clear winner, because it has to be a draw. So both macho alpha male characters don't look like bitches. Yeah, no, and it's so like it's so sad, such a sad like display. And like all due respect to them, they're earning money, stuff like that. But holy shit, so sad. Because it's like, I can't have a fictional character that I'm playing lose. Like, I don't have the self-esteem to have a character that I am playing in a movie that is not about me lose. Really sad. Really, really sad. And I feel like it's like the producer effect kind of like issue in that the Mission Impossible movies have gotten progressively worse as Tom Cruise has gotten more creative control because they've slowly become. And this is one thing I heard people like going like losing their minds about Mission Impossible Fallout, being like, "This is the best." You know, it sucks. It's terrible. You can understand what not wanting to be a villain though, I guess, but it's like it's such a narrow-minded uh, perspective in the terms of films. You're an actor. You're playing a character. It doesn't make you a bad guy to play a bad guy. Like, holy crap, it makes you a bad guy because you send used condoms to your co-stars and stuff like that. That makes you a bad guy. Or dead rats. Trejo best actor. Yeah, Trejo's great. I think his stipulation in his script is excellent because it actually has a very honorable um, background. So for those of you who don't know, it's written into his contract that if he plays a bad guy, his character has to either meet his comeuppance or die. That's only if he's playing a bad guy. So if he plays a bad guy, his character has to, yeah, meet karma or get, his justice and get what he deserves, or he dies. And this is because he didn't want to play characters who escaped justice or like didn't get what they deserved. He liked the idea of like if he was going to play a character that people looked looked up to, it was going to be good guys. And if he played a villain because he's an actor, so he plays other characters other than himself, then it should also teach the lesson that crime doesn't pay. I like that. He's a cool dude. And he does seem really nice as well. He just seems like a nice guy. And of course, there's no certainty in that statement, but ultimately, I'd like to believe. Uh, Other DC movies, I should continue the review. Uh, I think um, Aquaman 2 is going to fail, and it's because of all this, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp stuff. Everybody hates Amber Heard now, so sadly, for can't remember his name. Uh, it'll come to me, or you guys will think of it before me. Who's also in Fast and Furious now, but what's his name? What's his name? Aquaman. Jason Momoa. Jason Momoa. It's a shame because Jason Momoa is a good guy, and he's like heading up that new wave of macho like cool dudes because he's totally okay with being a bad guy. He's totally okay with losing and like all this stuff, and it makes him a interesting and likable character because the thing is when he plays himself, he comes across as likable, and he's not trying to be too macho. He has like admitted in interviews and he's like, I don't really work out. It's just it's my genetics and stuff. I look big and beefy, but I don't do that stuff. I really like eating pizza and hanging out, and drinking beer. So I don't work out a lot. But he's just a big guy. And I like him. I think he's cool. And the controversy with the Flash is surprising. Yeah. I haven't seen the Flash. I've seen like little bits of it, and it looks horrifying. The CG looks really bad, which is really disappointing because there's aspects of that film that seemed really cool. Weird to have no night sky. I mean, Ezra Miller did some pretty fucked up shit. Admittedly, the fact that he's not received a whole lot of punishment is very interesting. I mean, that he's a convicted criminal, but bad CGI isn't good either. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, both are bad. I can forgive the convicted criminal thing, but I cannot forgive bad CGI. Ah, he's a bad dude. He's just a really bad dude. And I don't want to be that guy, but you could probably replace him with, I can't remember his name. Again, bad with names. But he is the polka dot in Suicide Squad. If you really wanted to just get someone who looked like Ezra Miller, but was a better actor, then just get him. I don't think he'd want to play the Flash, though, to be honest. He played Polka Dot as well in DC, so I think he's done with DC. But also, I think he's talked about it before, but he's not super interested in comic book movies. Act and stuff that he enjoys. Fair enough. No superheroes, but I hate how corporate bullshit things get. Yeah, you like superhero movies, but you hate how corporate things get. Yeah, I think I think they've fallen off the path a little bit at this point. They're just not really worth it anymore. You have to invest in this big multiverse theory and multiverse stuff, and it's just not fun because also like worst part is, as Into the Spider-Verse has taught us, Marvel didn't do the multiverse stuff well, and it becomes abundantly more evident is that Marvel's multiverse is bad, like all clunky and rough, and very hard, like barely thought through, because ultimately they had no intention of making a multiverse like series when they made Iron Man or when they made the first Avengers. Um, it wasn't about that at the time. So now that they have a multiverse, it doesn't make like it's just tearing holes uh in their continuity, which is really weakening the quality of the movies as well. The algorithm doesn't work anymore. We've done the algorithm to death. We can't just introduce a new hero and then do their origin story over and over again now. We're done. Marvel Phase 4 is decent at best. Yeah. And for a series that's been running for so long, that's almost not good enough as well. There's a nerd writer video on YouTube that I really like, and it's called, I think, The Epidemic of Passable Movies. And it talks about how damaging passable and like all right movies are for the industry because it endorses mediocrity. It's the trope of, oh shit, we didn't know we were going to get even half as far as we've gotten. Yeah, exactly. Plan out your entire fucking thing. Or end it, just end it where it is. It gets really annoying if you don't. Like, again, perfect example. Avatar, The Last Airbender. They knew what they were going to do. They made 3 seasons and they were like, we're done. That's it. That's the end. Now, because of the, fan response and the popularity, the continued popularity of what is a very well done series, they're bringing out, the adult Avatar, like adult Aang series, and it's like, this is not a good idea because it's going to ruin what existed. And if they're going to try and like patch up the loopholes and the story conflicts that were created in Legend of Korra, then they have to basically fill in these spaces during the adult like Aang series, following the Avatar gang as adults, but you have to establish like things like Aang was a neglectful father because that's the implication because of Legend of Korra, things like that. And it's just like, or maybe you could just go, yeah, Legend of Korra wasn't our best work, um, and just leave it, let it go. But yeah, with the multiverse stuff, it's like, well, we've dug this hole and we found money in it, so if we keep digging, there's going to be more money. Now they're finding like reduced amounts of money, they're like, uh-oh, we need to dig harder, as opposed to maybe climb out of the hole. Hold up, there's an adult Aang show. Yeah, immediately not interested. Yeah, there is a live action Avatar: The Last Airbender coming out soon. That I don't give a shit about. And then there's also an adult, like the grown up gang series that's coming out. That's being animated by the people who made the original series. However, the problem with that is that now that is mostly patchwork between Legend of Korra and The Last Airbender. And the things that, like, the plot holes and some of the bigger issues, or the world building issues of Legend of Korra, have to be established in this series. for them to make sense or them to like fix those holes. One of them being the thing I was talking about how Aang in Legend of Korra is depicted as a neglectful father to his two children who don't have airbending. And it's like, oh cool, this guy we had that had been established as being a very caring and universally loving person is a neglectful father. To be honest, Halo was supposed to end with Halo 2, but Bungie ended it beautifully. Well, that's fair. Sometimes it works in your favor, but you gotta have that careful consideration, I think. Otherwise it doesn't work. And you can erode the trust that you build with your audience. Stretch. Let me stretch. Oh. Spine. Somebody speaking to me. Grey Mouse, your house is on fire. Oh shit. Should have known. That we're all... shit, I forgot the waves. I knew it was looking a little bare on this shelf. Hell, something in my brain. Aang literally grew up as a pacifist, i.e., even people that he wanted to kill, he has to be considerate of. Yeah, how the fuck they do that? Do my boy like that? That was one of the big things that like kind of ruined Legend of Korra from the get go. Is that so much of the world building was built around deficits from deficits created by the previous generation, which was Aang's generation. Is like, so you're just going to spend this entire series shitting on a group of kids we knew were better than that, and the only reason that you like allow them to be worse than that is because it's character assassination. Tio, how you doing? It is Beanstalk Week. Yeah, we're in. We drawing. How are you, Tio? I hope you are well. On for 5 hours. Well, making good pace, all that jazz. I think I'm making good pace. Hard to tell. I'm at a point where it's like uncertain. Feel ups, but impossible to know. There. It can be like that, can't it? That's line work. Fuck, wrong layer. There we go. It was amazing. Oh, that Tony Bean reading of your comic was magic. It still haunts your dreams. It was really good. It was so good. Talented. She got class. Talent. That one. Very happy with how she read it. Very impressed. What can I say? And yes, I know it makes him more interesting because he's not perfect, but if you're going to do that, you invite people to hate you. For them, it's been decades and decades. For us, we go from this quick transition of loving them to I now understand why teachers made me show my work so they can know where we went dumb. So show your work. I want to know. Yeah, absolutely. I just think it's also just so unnecessary as well. Like, in order for it's such a like shame in the way that it's written because in order for Korra to be um, considered a successor to Aang, she has to be better than him. And because he was established so well and such a fully fleshed out character, to be better than him demands that he also be worse in a section where we can't actually see the process of him, like his character degrading, I guess. Oh, Avatar. Had no idea what this was to begin with. Yeah, sorry, we're talking about Avatar. And the problem with like expanding beyond your means in terms of story, in terms of making a story, I mean. So like currently with the Marvel series, they've expanded out to the multiverse, and it's a really bad idea because they didn't plan on making the multiverse. And so as a result, they've done it really badly. It's meta, and I appreciate the insight and commentary you abstract and share. I solved the core issue by dropping it. That's also very fair. Honestly, that works too. I really tried to like Legend of Korra, but I found it really hard. Like, I found it really boring. First season is just a slog to get through. I don't think it helps that Korra is just so abrasive as well. As in, it's like, she's almost written like you're not supposed to like her. And it's like, that's not a really good way of making a character or making a protagonist. Sorry, my brain was like, seven, like, once I've been streaming for 7 hours, be three. I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me. Be four. I haven't seen a single episode of Korra. Fair enough. It's yeah, like I said, it's not for everyone. I know some people who do enjoy it. Me, I think the objective issues with it make it hard to watch for me. That does not deprive other people of subjectively enjoying it. Series isn't, doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. That keeps. That being said, I know someone who believed that Legend of Korra was better than Avatar: The Last Airbender, and I was just like, nah, sorry. There are wrong opinions, and then there's that opinion. Like a different plane of incorrect. Occasionally, you do a reading people a bit like the old school diviners. How about the common people? So they send me their watch list, and I tell their future. Oh, cool. Better. Such heresy must be vanquished. Not everyone can have good taste. Thank you for your sacrifice, is your normal response in those kinds of situations. That's very diplomatic of you, Loki. I like that response. Honestly, yeah, I respect that response a lot. More than just me going, no, you are wrong. That's such a polite fuck you, stupid. And I love that. Yeah, very good. Uh, you're gonna send me something. Just have to ask your friend for assistance. Oh, and there's a classic. I could agree with you, but we would both be wrong. Yeah, I love that one. That one's really good. I would agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong and stupid and annoying and ugly. Oh shit, going all out now. Yeah, a short story show about certain battles or characters in Avatar's world would be cool, but a fucking adult Aang show. Yeah, it would be what it is, you know. Oh, hello, Icefire. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for cheering. I really appreciate that. Oh, stretching again. Sorry. I feel very rigid. I just stretch a little bit. Oh, how you doing? First time seeing you here. Very welcome to be here. Little smiley face. It's cute. No, that's from you. Oh, well, lovely. And thank you so much, Tio. Tio and Icefire. Don't like using your card. That's fair enough. I understand that completely. Well, I appreciate that greatly. Maybe like the Siege of Ba Sing Se when Lee, Uncle Iroh's son, died, and see what happened. Not only him, but regular people. Yeah, absolutely. That would be very fascinating. Like an expanded Tales from Ba Sing Se kind of series. That would be interesting. That kind of stuff you would love to see in a short story show. Yeah, the whole expanded Tales from Ba Sing Se kind of thing. That'd be cool. Yeah, exactly like that. Hey, do we ever get closure regarding my cabbages? Based on what I know from Legend of Korra, he opened a corporation, and then that Cabbage Corp began to suffer greatly because of Korra's existence. Which, admittedly, I do like about the Legend of Korra series is that they have that continued presence. The Avatar is just a menace to cabbages. It's very, you don't have to have watched the show to understand this, but it helps if you do. Yeah, it will, you'll derive great joy if you've watched the show because you'll understand certain little references, but it stands alone as well. It's a very nice thing to do. That is a good question, though. Yeah, I know there is a corporation called Cabbage Corp in the universe of Legend of Korra. I will say the world design in Legend of Korra is fantastic. It looks amazing, but some of the early animation isn't great, so like it falls a little short at points. But I do have an art book of the Legend of Korra, and it is really lovely to look at. Only the master of the fifth element, Cabbage, could ensure his business, but when the shareholders needed him most. Amazing. That's really good. Like, I'm just interested in an adult avatar where they can use their powers to straight up murder people. That would be fucking cool. Like 100% pure oxygen to the air, 15% increase in their body temp, or uh, sorry, for fire, water, already blood bending, and I figured the earth one before, but I forgot what it was. That would be fucking metal. That'd be so cool, yeah. That's the only adult Ang show, not adult Ang, adult Avatar show we need. Violence, but increased violence. Double that shit up. Like, you seriously want me to believe Earthbenders never made a pit trap into sharp rocks? Yeah, exactly. Or like just, or even like, the original rock trap just not, yeah, original rock trap just slammed two rocks in like into each other and crushed a person to death. Come on. Not like that weak ass shit where they like just press them between two rocks. No, they go all the way and just crush them. Surely. Uh, Mouse, do you think that Marvel raised the bar to high with the MCU as each movie was created, and so now it's hard to get back to endgame levels of hype? Yeah, absolutely. I saw a really good breakdown of it as well. That basically uh, because of the presence of Endgame and Infinity War, the entire Infinity War saga, so the movies prior to Infinity War, all became a three-act structure. So we had this setup and establishing of a villain through a secondary villain, a lesser villain, that being Loki in Avengers, and then we had the build up to the fight, and then we had Infinity War, which was the complication and the crisis, and then we had the climax in Endgame, and it became this three act structure. And then now that we're at the end of the three act structure, it feels hollow. It feels like a prolonged epilogue. And Marvel's like, no, there's going to be another saga. There's going to be another saga, we promise. But it's just like, it just feels like a prolonged epilogue. Then you have a much more reduced audience because people are leaving the theater, like so to speak. They're leaving the theater at the credits, because we're past the credits now. Uh, no, the weak ass shit is six Earthbenders having to move a single pebble in the Avatar movie. What Avatar movie? What are you talking about? Yeah, I know what you mean. I often look back at that scene as like a joke. Very funny, but really sad. I think they should ban M. Night from making movies, honestly. Done. Time is up. Um, I want to make an adult bloodbending joke, but I've already seen that Raw 34. Oh god, I can already assume. Ung was cool. I really admired the type of casting. Yeah, it was great. It was really like thoughtful casting for sure. I love Ong. Is my favorite. No movies I want to get sequels are Ender's Game and Alita. Yeah, I agree. I think that would be a great build up, honestly. I think Alita and Ender's Game do great setups. I think they should be followed through. I fully agree with you. Both those movies deserve follow through. I'm actually glad you said it because I've had some thoughts about that. And I agree with you completely. What I love about my community is that a lot of us, it's like an echo chamber here. We're all very like-minded individuals. Like, oh, good. I'm glad you said that because I was thinking that, and I just needed someone to say it so that I could voice my opinion. I really like Ender's Game, and I think it genuinely deserves. I haven't seen Alita, but I actually want to see Alita. One of the reasons why is because that movie has incredible CGI that we just don't have these days, and I don't know why. CGI in Alita is fantastic. They make a whole robot girl with her big eyes and stuff, and she's mocapping in there. RATBB Angel, Battle Goblin. Yeah. They did good with both properties. As a fan of the source materials, yeah, I see the flaws, but they're a lot better than most. Yeah, exactly. And I do genuinely believe that they have the potential to be excellent if they get follow through. Let them expand on their universe. And I think with that brought up, I was thinking about what's it called? Valerian. and it's like I don't think Valerian can be made well, just because it's the source material for a lot of sci-fis, but as a result, it doesn't bring anything new. But that's not its fault. Alita was actually your first manga. I think you've told me that, and I do remember that. Yeah, the French comic, Alita, or Valerian, maybe Valerian. I don't know, but the movie Valerian, which the casting was terrible because they got Cara Delevingne, not really a very good actress, and then the guy who played the Green Goblin in the Amazing Spider-Man play the hero, and he just isn't the like big macho sci-fi suave kind of archetype. He just doesn't fit it. So it just looked weird. Quickly save. Hold on. I'll respond in a moment. I'm just responding to a message. Opportunity. Stretch maybe. You guys have been sick for as long as I have. I recommend you stretch as well. Oh, fully. That you guys love as I ascend. Sorry, I was trying to form a text, form a message, and like I say to this person, that sounding like an absolute dingus, and not the good kind of dingus. All right, where was I? Mass, do you think at some point people don't care about getting more money, but instead they want to be remembered for creating Star Wars quality levels of hype? That you want a legacy, and who the fuck cares if you get more money? I wish that were the case, but I think it is a money power kind of thing. And the more popular an IP is, then the more likely it is that it'll gain traction and gain money and gain, you know, remuneration than it is about making something good. And that's one of the biggest problems with Hollywood right now and movies right now is that everyone wants to do the multiverse stuff because ultimately a multiverse series ensures more than 3 movies or is supposed to ensure more than 3 movies. So there's constant there's a constant profit coming in. You love the visuals of Valerian, but the rest was mid. That, yeah, super fair. Visuals were great. Story was crap. Casting, really not good. And I'll give the base premise credit too, but the rest was just okay. Yeah. Cough, Velma, cough. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Oof. Very good example there, Loki. Holy crap. That show just, and apparently it's confirmed for a season 2. How? Nobody watched it. Well, not nobody watched it. People only a few people I know hate watched it. But then again, that's still butts and seats, right? That's the problem. Like, if you really want a show to fail and, let the creators know, hey, we don't want more things like this being made, don't watch it at all. Don't hate watch it because they don't understand that. Because that doesn't translate. Just avoid it. Read a lot of light novels, and the infinity subgenre exists, describing dimension jumping through various worlds. Ah, interesting. Speaking of multiverses, do I know the Dark Universe? Oh, do I? Yes. It's awful. It was basically, it was like a bankrolled attempt to make the cinematic universe, but with an IP that wasn't superheroes, and it is so bad. Like, it's such a half-assed attempt at making a cinematic universe. So bad, so bad. And it's one of my issues with Tom Cruise is that his ego. He's like, I need to be like the coolest dude ever. And his character in The Mummy, his character is 25. He is the same age as me. Or not 25. His age is like significantly younger than his actual age, which is like his you know mid to late 50s. And it's showing on him. It's really showing on him now. That's like, maybe you shouldn't be doing these roles anymore. You're not realistic anymore. And sure, I know he's doing all the big stunts and stuff still in Mission Impossible, but like, not necessary. Well, doesn't looking at Tom just make you feel anything's possible? No, I fucking hate. No. Hate that man. Absolutely not. I come from the school of thought where I dislike Tom Cruise. Like the setting for Valerian was so cool, space station that humans set up. It grew exponentially as more contact was made to the point it had to leave. Amazingly unique premise, but they wasted it with a Fifth Element ripoff. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. No, you're so right, Loki. You are. Like, it was such wasted potential. Well, actually, not even like wasted potential, wasted world building. And that in its, for me, I find that egregious. Like, so egregious. Heartbreaking. Um, just to add a concluding thought regarding typecasting, I think Cruise made a big brain play. He's so iconic that he wouldn't be cast for any new roles unless what if it's the same character. Yeah, and that's fair. And admittedly, that's you kind of like have won the game there because you pretty much show up to set and you're playing yourself. That's a pretty good deal. No excruciating like method acting or anything like that. You just Tom Cruise. And to his credit, that's not a terrible thing. I came up with another great example of everything goes to shit after 3 seasons. Battlestar Galactica meme. Remake? Why did I say meme? Remake? Yeah, that's fair. It's the nature of the beast. 3 seasons, then done. 3 seasons and it should rest. You can have like expanded universe stuff, sure. Spin-offs, that's fine. That's because it's building upon that story. Well, not building upon that story, but it's creating a story in the world, and the world building can still last. But it is, yeah, something you got to be careful with. Galactica, not galactic. I eventually got what you meant. Don't worry. Set my brain into braining mode. Learning mode. Love the show, but as it went on, it just became worse and worse. It's why you often forget current Hollywood movies and shows and go back to pre 2016-ish Hollywood or do something Hollywood is illiterate in such as video games. That's oh, hold on. How many seasons of one? One. After Razor for you? Okay. Or watch a lot of anime, which Hollywood are boomers in. That's fair. Fair and accurate. Definitely when Starbuck came back, I knew what that meant. I guess I would know what that meant. It. Hmm. Stargate for reference. That makes sense now. I understand. I almost said Stargate, but I was like, I can't be certain. I doubted myself. Clearly, I doubted myself. Especially with something such as Disney live action remakes. I'm the meme of the guy slowly pissing out as he disappears. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. No, that I get and fully respect. I've not watched a single Disney live action remake. Just don't care. I just can't. Like, I've not even seen the original Disney films, you know? Just can't be fucked. Much. Much. I think that's the shelves. Oh man, that's. Oh. Felt like my mind was closing in on itself, working on the stands, on the inner stands for so long. Felt like I was in a dream world. Just all shelves. Brain was going mush. I actually really appreciate that I took the whole week off as well, because I'm just like, I can really chill out, take my time with this, because I don't have anywhere I need to be. I don't have anything to do. My work is good. They're fine without me. Not received any worrying messages. Things are golden. Mouse, is it fair to say that MCU killed movies and by extension the thought of multiverse, like how Game of Thrones killed casting? Not so much. I think more complicated than that. I don't think it's necessarily Marvel's fault. I think Marvel's sure part of the problem, and Disney is definitely part of the problem, but I think it's because of the actually Matt Damon said it best, but it was because of the death of DVDs. So a movie could fail at the box office, but still do well on DVD, and could make its money back on DVD. Movies focused more on making a good film than making something that sold quickly and sold well at the box office. So like, pulp kind of films and stuff like that. But then when streaming services came out and DVDs became less popular, films stopped making their money back. And as a result, it became necessary for like Hollywood to make movies that sold well at the box office as opposed to sold well eventually, or cult classics. We don't have cult classics anymore because you need something to perform well at the box office. Otherwise, it's dead. And that's kind of what's killed Hollywood. Speaking of Stargate, can I just say you love Jewel Stater and leave it at that? I don't know who that is, but good on you. Page from RATBB, The Making, Scene 2 opens. Text, Day 2, Grey Mouse enters scene left, close-up zoom, makeup, baggy eyes, pale face, hand down to coffee, line, here we go again. I love it. I love it. That's beautiful. You got yourself a movie deal there, Tio. I will finance that. Pressed something and then it went all wrong. Not recent cult classics since they still exist, but from like 10 years ago. But I see your point. Yeah, that also is a very good point. But like nothing's going to become a cult classic because we don't have that longevity in mind anymore when making films. About that short-term high. She was in Stargate, but also played Kaylee in Firefly. Ah, lovely. Might quickly go to the bathroom, guys. So I'm gonna, as a bit of like variation, I'm gonna set up the standing desk screen. And I'll be back in a moment. Just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. You guys holding down the fort for me? Firefly said, oh wait, no, I said casting because of what happened. Sophie Turner being cast, I assume you know though. Yeah, I do. People, Firefly, now there's a franchise that cough cough. Go on, I'm interested in your take. Can't guarantee I'll agree with it, but no, self-explanatory. I'll let that be. I don't know what it means. Never saw, never saw Stargate or Firefly. Just gonna let that one sit. But yeah, I don't think. I think Game of Thrones had its own issues. Sophie Turner wasn't maybe a good choice, but it was what it was. The show was really good for a very long time, and then it wasn't because showrunners got greedy, and that'll teach them. Bloody bastards. Firefly one season show axed by Fox because they wanted another X-Files. Space Western also there, where the brown coat part of your name comes from. Yeah. Yeah, when we no longer focus on longevity, it sucks. Or when we don't focus on longevity, it sucks. Oh, this thing. Wrong tab on my loop deck. End up just twisting a dial for no reason. May have been the losing side, still not convinced it was the wrong one. Yeah. Yeah. Fine. What's my most hated type of movie genre? Torture porn. Probably. I mean that almost feels like a bit of a cop-out answer. So I'll give you a better one, but like torture porn's pretty fucking bad. Made by Joss Whedon, so that brings certain issues now. Yeah, it's also a fair point. Um, type of movie. That's tough. That's a tough one. I don't really hate movie genres. I select the Saw movies, yeah, and Hostel and things like that. Um, but I think there's a certain point where you go too far, like with the horror, the visceral grotesqueness, or the body horror. You can go too far. I think that ruins the experience for me, anyway. Hallmark movies are your most hated genre? That's a very good answer there, Loki, actually. That's super fair. Christian Bible movies, my most hated. There's ones made by like the Christian uh, parish or whatever. They're terrible. Those are one of my most hated. Like gruesome for the sake of being gruesome with no thought behind it. Yeah. Does live action count as a genre? It makes you think. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it would be now classified as live action, right? I actually don't know what those are. Please explain. Hallmark movie? You would say, so not sure if it's an official genre though. Also a fair point. Hallmark movies are basically like the Hallmark channel is like a brand or company. Um, they started releasing movies and stuff, and they're all really like low budget, poor quality kind of ones. The girl moves back to her small town and meets an old high school crush, leaves her husband because the new guy makes her tingly. Yeah, that is more accurate. I know there's such thing as the Hallmark channel that create movies and they suck. But you generally hate adaptations, video games, movies, anime, like live action movies, The Walking Dead. You hate or dislike a lot of adaptations. That's fair. I think that yeah, they definitely those ones can definitely be hit or miss, can't they? Oh, like the love triangle bullshit. Okay, yes, I agree with you. Most movies made exclusively in Canada can be called Hallmark movies, and it makes you sick. That's fair. That's fair. love to visit Canada one day, but I wouldn't want to visit Hallmark season. Clearly, you never saw the original Super Mario movie then. They sound actually disgusting. Well, love triangle's such a staple, though. I mean, you're not wrong. Admittedly, Tio, you are right, aren't they? They are a staple, the movie-going genre. Otherwise, we wouldn't have classics such as um, Twilight and other better examples that I can't seem to think of right now. Not best romance you've seen is Bunny Girl Senpai, and that was a great romance show because she doesn't just immediately fall for him the second she sees him. That's nice. Love triangles, okay. Hallmark movies are just bullshit. Like saying you hate cereal crops. You know what? That's a really good argument there, Tio. I appreciate your candidness in that. Don't watch Where the Crawdaddy Sings because that's basically a Hallmark movie. Oh, Where the Crawdads Sing. I've read the book. It's bad. Also really grim because as it turns out, the writer may have actually killed a person or helped murder a person. Which is fucking brutal. That reminds me, I need to add Kaguya-sama Love is War to the list. Think Spy vs. Spy is a romance. Oh, think Spy vs. Spy, but a romance. That's cute. I like that. Oh shit, for real. So at the very least, they know something, and we're involved. So there is a there is a possibility. So she was never charged. However, her husband was investigated for the murder of a certain individual. Um, in one of her previous books, they talk about because they lived in Africa for a very long time, but also they originally lived in Louisiana, with the Deep South, where you get the bayous and stuff like that. Good Lord, Spy vs. Spy is amazing. It's so good. There was a PS2 game of Spy vs. Spy that was so good. But basically, they lived in Africa for a time, and her husband used to train uh, like a militia, and this militia never caught or charged for certain things. However, there were rumors of torture and murder of people that they caught at the hands of people like her husband, and, according to rumors, even her. He then ended up writing, the book Where the Crawdads Sing, which is, if you haven't read the story or heard the story, um, uh, it's basically about a girl who lives in the bayou, who grows up in the bayou, and is accused of murdering the high school football champ. And then at the end of the book, spoilers, it turns out she did do it, but she actually walked free because of lack of evidence, basically. Does anyone hate the manic pixie dream girl trope? You do. I think, yeah, that's a pretty bad trope, and I think a lot of even Hollywood kind of hates it now. A lot of shows are now about dissolving the manic pixie dream girl kind of trope. Is fine because I think we're done with it. It means Zoe Deschanel won't have it is running out of work. I say that as a joke. I think she's great in a lot of things. She does play that character a lot. You watched Bunny Girl only to add that your heart wasn't in it. There was sort of this heavy air throughout the series and you just couldn't see it. Uh, if it's done poorly, yes. If it's done well, then no, Zombie Slayer. Yeah, yeah, and that's the distinction I think with a lot of these things is that if it's done well, then there's always room for it. If it's not, then it's just bloating problem. Wait, did she kill him? That's not surprising, but I watched the movie, so I know very little. Yeah, so as it turns out, I haven't seen the movie, but in the book, as it turns out, she did kill him, did murder him, and ended up getting away with it. And it's like, oh, now I hate this character. By the end of this book, you end up hating the character you're supposed to be rooting for. And it's like, it doesn't matter if the dude never did, like, he admittedly didn't treat her well, and but in the sense that it was a relationship, like he would go out and see her, and then when he was back in town, he's like, oh, I don't know her, she's weird, we're not dating or anything like that, weird and whatever. And then he'd go out and see her, and he's like, oh, I was doing that for your benefit. I don't want people, harming you. And then she murders him for it, and it's like, wow, I fucking hate this character now. Like how quickly it changes. Uh, right. If it's done poorly, then it just adds to the pile. Yeah. Like a MPDG with no faults. T-Jets, bad one. That's bad, but one that does have faults or a reason to put on that facade, then you like it. Yeah, absolutely. In the movie, he rapes her. If he does that in the book, then I don't feel sorry for him. He doesn't do that. No. Doesn't he? I'm trying to remember the book. No, he doesn't. He doesn't force himself on her at all. He treats her like crap, but he doesn't force himself on her at any point, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong. If he does rape her, then he totally deserves it. But, like, yeah. Also a weird kind of thing to go through in the series. Like, because basically, you're never given this instant indication that she did kill him in the story. And then right at the end, she reveals something that basically certifies, oh yeah, she murdered him. And it's like, but why? So weird. Oh, Manic Pixie Dream Girl. That makes sense. That makes sense now. My brain wasn't in it. Wow, so he's just a typical asshole. Okay, then expose him and stuff. But I don't know if you should kill him. Yeah, I don't think he deserves to be murdered, but he wasn't a good guy. All things considered. I think we don't add this ep log. KK safety first. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. A lot of conversation. Yeah. She basically just spat it. She said, talked about a poem that basically indicated that she was there the night he died, and then it also is revealed that she had the necklace that had gone missing from him. Like he wore a necklace and it was gone on his body. Yeah. much shadow work. Yeah. And just so much work. General, holy crap. And like I suspected, it was going to take a little while. We're almost there. CW DC shows are so mediocre, especially the Flash concept, but it's overdone with 7 seasons or whatever it is. Yeah, that was prolonged for too long, I think. On the opposite end of the spectrum, what we were talking about was like no one investing their time in long haul shows and stuff. Maybe they invested too much time in that one. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I think it's explored slightly more in the story that her entire family abandoned her and stuff like that, but yeah. You also think a lot of characters are now miscategorized as manic pixie dream girls when they're not. A lot of people use it as a vacuum. They have to rescue a sad sack male by definition, but see people use it when male just a loner instead of a moping sad guy. Yeah. A lot of people don't know a lot of stuff. There's film stuff anyway. It's good. Training to just one coffee a day. Improvement. My usual, a lot. Coffees a day. Beyond the realms to even count the amount of coffees a day. I think there's also supposed to be a bubble here. Just add that in. But Dogen's head is flat. Add shadows to it. Flat stuff. We actually had to get onto Moni for calling a character a manic pixie dream girl when she was certainly a quirky girl, but he was just a loner and happy in that role until she forced him out. Ah, okay. by definition of Manic Pixie Dream Girl? Oh, moment of realization. Boy. You're referring to a trope, right, Loki? Yeah. Yeah, the Manic Pixie Dream Girl, like trope in cinema. Yeah. The family does abandon her in the movie as well. Yeah. That was the sort of book that I watched and enjoyed. I mean, the book I read and enjoyed. Nods. I keep my 3-page thesis to yourself. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Do you? Um, Kind of book I read and enjoyed it when I read it, and then rethinking about it, I was like, oh no, that wasn't very good. Let's say you're a soulful, brooding male hero living a sheltered, emotionless. If only someone could come along and open your heart to the great, wondrous adventure of life. Have no fear, the Manic Pixie Dream Girl is here to give new meaning to the male hero's life. It does sound about what I remember it as, but am I missing anything? Or are we done? Highlights, sure, but that I could get on to in a second. By definition, the male has to be brooding for the female to be a manic pixie. That I didn't know, but I can believe. Just having a look anywhere I've missed shadow wise. So far, it does not like to. Otherwise, she's just quirky. That's fair enough, and it's like, I think that's fair because ultimately, it's kind of nice to have multiple like categorizations and variations of like archetypes. You know, a quirky girl, that's fine, and then manic pixie dream girl, that's also fine. I think if they're all the same thing, then that feels a bit one-sided, and you're like kind of generalizing a whole swath of different kind of characteristics into one thing. I understand that. what's the most average show anyone here has seen? Ooh, that's tough. Average. Yeah, define average, please. That's a really good start. Thanks for that, Loki. I need. Oh, that's what I need. I need some texture for her face. I need some cheeks. Oh my god. Damn it, Tio. That's actually really funny. That's really smart. You win today. That's actually really funny. And what's great is you don't have to be smart to understand that because admittedly I am fucking shit at maths. I understood that humor. Very nice. I'm gonna take the streaming spot because I don't think I can beat that. Highlights. Like, it had potential, but as it went on, it became soulless, and eventually you hear about it every once in a while. And while that a new season is coming, but you just don't care anymore despite your good memories with it. Ooh, that's tough. Then Machi. I'm trying to think of my example. It is out into like monotony and midness. Same, give me a calculator and a movie guide and I'll give you a review, but don't ask me to divide them into good and bad. Yeah, it's tough. Tough. Admittedly, I enjoy bad films. I really like The Babysitter and The Babysitter 2. Both films are fucking god awful, but very funny and enjoyable to watch. Like, they're not so bad that they're funny or so bad that they're good. They're actually just bad, but they are also kind of fun. Um, so I find it hard to quantify that. I guess like a show I'm disappointed with is stuff like Denmachi wrong to try and pick up go. Ah, yes, yeah, that's fair. Um, yeah, trying to think. What I find disappointing. There's something in my brain. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it right now. There is something I wanted to enjoy and then ended up not enjoying. I think I said that a lot about a lot of things. So, Walking Dead. Hold on. Love the premise. Enjoyed season one, and then it went on. I cared less and less. Ooh, actually, that triggered something in me. But I'll read zombies first. Walking Dead is the most average and mid show I've seen. To your knowledge, they only use walker guts one time to camouflage themselves, and they don't use armor or common sense to fight walkers or people. Yeah, that sucks. That's pretty like poor thought. I really liked the first season of Riverdale. I thought, okay, cool. It's a lot of the same like teen drama stuff that I've seen before, but it was enjoyable to watch. I thought the first season was actually like not bad. Second season was not great, but still watchable, and then it slowly got worse and worse. Time progressed. And actually, now that you mention it, Overlord was impressive season 2 and season 3 regarding the life cycle of lizard men and village life. Yeah, that sounds pretty disappointing. And then, actually, that's also reminded me of something. The Umbrella Academy. Season 1 was fantastic. It was incredible. Like, so good. Holy crap, it was a really amazing change of pace in terms of telling superhero stories and stuff like that. The Boys was still in its infancy, but it was a nice like accompaniment. And then season 2 was absolute shit. Like absolute shit. And then season 3 was even worse somehow. So yeah, Umbrella Academy. Uh, if any if anyone here likes horror gory movies, look up the YouTube channel called Dead Meat. He not only goes over what happens, but has a kill count and says what the best and worst deaths were. That's cool. That's interesting. So I think you're pretty certain now, everyone. Yeah. Get up from your respective seats and run. We need to find the edge of this bubble. We certainly share. Yeah, we're all very much in agreement. That was 5 episodes in season 2. Not 2 seasons to go on. So yeah. Not 2 seasons, but go on. Venom. Maybe. Probably not. We're almost here. Almost at the end of this panel. So close. Feel like, yeah, we should be good to finish the comic, not comic, chapter by the end of the week. But I'm wondering, do I maybe scratch the streams in the evening? Because I feel like we're almost on 7 hours now, and I'll continue till 4, but I feel like I might be completely spent by the time I get to the evening. When the zombie apocalypse happens, I will be easy to spot. Just look for the guy in plate mail carrying a Zweihander, having the time of his life. Actually, that wouldn't surprise me if that were you. You're like, oh, Loki. It's just like how, like, if you're in a completely random scenario and you saw Jack Black there, you'd be like, oh yeah, classic Jack Black. It'd be like in a zombie apocalypse seeing Loki just in armor. I'd be like, oh yeah, that's Loki. Completely unfazed, unsurprised. So impressed. Now when we get to go into a bad arc versus a bad story, yeah, let's explore it. That would be quite easy to see, but I'm sure other people will be easy to spot in other ways. Oh, absolutely. I think that's good enough for highlights. Now I need, what do I need? Brain, the, man, my brain's actually not working. Hold on, let me just re-jig it back to life. Beach bubble, all it needed. I literally just shook my hands above my head and I was like, speech bubble. And I'm like, perfect. That's too thick. Too thick. Still too thick. Come on. Better. This will be too big. I'm just making the shape right. Not saying much. Wow, I encourage you not to spend last of your reserves. Yeah, I'm thinking, so based on how this stream has gone, I think I feel good about it, but I think maybe I won't do the evening streams just because that will be about 10 hours of streaming a day, which might be a lot. Because yeah, I'll go till 4, so that'll be about um, that's 2 more hours, so 6, 7, 8. So I'll be doing 8 hours a day. I think that would probably be okay. I don't think a bad segment can ruin the whole of the material. Almost every work of art has things that are both subjectively good and bad to discount the good because there is bad, is childish. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair argument, honestly. You did quit the 24-hour stream. That's true. I can't do a 24-hour stream. I've got so much, so much else going on in my life. That's too big. Hold on. Nope. That's too. My enter bar. Gotta do what's like best, honestly. Like, I wouldn't want to do a 10-hour stream for 5 days. That's a lot. If you did a 24-hour stream, I feel like eventually you'd respond to chat in grunts and caveman. I honestly, if I did a 24-hour stream, I'd probably stop responding to chat at some point because I'd just be like, no, I wouldn't have a voice. Like, I genuinely wouldn't have a voice left. It'd be agony for all of us. But that's that page done. I mean, panel done. Bada bing. Yeah, it'd just be. Well, we like if we ever did a 24-hour stream, like a subathon or whatever, I'd just have like it'd be like this is Greymaster's quiet time, and I wouldn't talk at all. Just be silent. Someone else would talk in chat. Well, not in chat, but would talk in on the stream. Imagine you got a follower during the 24-hour stream and expect a warm welcome, and you're more dead than a rock. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that doesn't do anyone any justice in that regards. It's like, I mean, sure, I've won, but at what cost? Sure, I did the 24 hours, but I'm now a grim representation of a person or mouse. Same thing with the melancholy of Haruhi Suzuyama. I hate the endless 8. Still really enjoy the show. That's fair, yeah. There are like bad things that don't ruin the show, or they meant to be like bad in quotation marks. Also, can you imagine at the end of a 24-hour stream and I raid out and the person I've raided into, they're like, "Oh, hey, Grey Mouse, lovely to see you. Like, so happy to see you." And then I just in chat, I just go fuck off, and then I'm gone. That would not be nice. That'd also be very not me. Oh, that's his nose. Could you imagine? That would just be so rude and so just not friendly. You're like, Grey Mouse was just this asshole. Let me go fuck myself. Oh yeah, he'd been streaming for 24 hours. Like, okay. Hey everyone, how's the 24-hour stream? Just finished my Fallout 3 stream. It went great. I do love Art and just followed. When you follow a true 24-hour stream, must be like someone help me. I feel more dead than ET when he was dying. Feel more dead than that guy who was dying of a terrible disease. I mean, that would be like the level of humor I could like muster on that level of like exhaustion, honestly. I think it's definitely like it would definitely be very different for a art streamer to do a 24-hour stream than it would be for a gaming streamer to do a 24-hour stream, just because like different parts of the brain are working um differently depending on the streamer and the stream. Art streams take a pretty strong amount of like a pretty heavy amount of concentration, and then you're also entertaining chat. And not that it's not lovely to talk to you all, because like that's part of the reasons why I keep doing this. But ultimately, if you're talking to chat for hours and hours on end, your voice starts to go, and then also you start to feel like you've exhausted topics. And I haven't felt like that before, but I have many streamer friends who chat to me and tell me about their woes and their troubles. No. Oh, that's absolutely the wrong part of his head. It was guided by the ear and not by the head itself. Oh, God. No, there are bad shows, but having bad parts does not negate a good show to you. Yeah, I agree completely, honestly. It's when it's over a 50-50 split, then it becomes a bad show. I think that's super fair. It has to be a sum of faults. Greymouse 24-hour mukbang stream when never. I fucking hate the sound of people eating into mics. I could never do that to you guys. Like, honestly, absolutely not. Because the show isn't perfect or as a minor plot hole, it's not the biggest deal. Yeah, I pay so much money for that. I don't care about the money. I'm not mukbanging on the stream. Same. Would you guys settle for when I get a VTuber model, would that VTuber model mukbanging, would that be fine? I would pay to keep it from happening. I would want it. I'd listen to you as I sleep. Oh my god, you'd wake up like deeply disturbed. Surely. Oh, no, I'm not going to say that. Never mind. Ignore me. I mean, don't ignore me. You're here to chat to me. Would want. Oh, terrible. My coworker's going to be so jealous of you all. I don't talk this much at work. They're getting the special treatment. Come on, please, pretty please. I don't care how much you ask. I'm not mukbanging on stream. Fucking hate the sound of chewing. Couldn't do it. Not to you, not to myself. Never sell out that way. Even if they were like, we'll make Ratchet and the Beanstalk Brigade an animated series if you mukbang on stream, I'll be like, nah. The dream is dead, you know? Now, some shows that would be decent or even good can be bad purely because of the premise, but that's because that is such a big part. For example, Iramanga Sensei, it could be possible if not for the premise. Yeah, actually, that's super fair. I watched that video on Iramanga Sensei. I'm just trying to remember which one Iramanga Sensei is. Is the one he's talking about, or the one that he refers to as being The wrong one? Okay, fine. What about one short mukbang stream? Hate it. No, I hate it. I don't like mukbang. I'm not even going to do ASMR for you guys. Sorry. If you want ASMR, go to Moni. She's really good at it. Oh, that's the wrong button. Ask Moni for a mukbang stream. Better. Oh, the bad example. Okay, cool. I can never remember names. Names are my, like, shortcoming. Good example was Made in Abyss. Okay, that all sounds familiar. Ask Moni to ask you to do a mukbang stream. If Moni asks me to do a mukbang stream, uh, I guess a streamer who I deeply respect is getting unfollowed very quickly. Hiramanga Sensei is the only anime I ever intentionally dropped. Fair enough. Yeah, from what I've heard about it and from that guy, it's pretty bad. It's pretty awful. Pretty grim. I actually like that I position way better than the previous one. And that eyebrow position. Damn, I've gotten better as an artist. I mean, that's the inevitable thing about this almost 7 hour long stream so far, that I can see where I've actually gotten better at illustration. Like Trip, I haven't talked about Trip in a few hours, but Trip, he looks fucking beautiful. That's a beautiful looking doggo. Um, and like just the change in my art style or the progression is so fantastic. One of the reasons why I'm so keen to do Beanstalk Week. Um, but also, yeah, it's just like, holy crap, I've been here for almost 7 hours. You are laughing. Hold on, hold on. All right, I'm back. You're laughing as hard as when you said, do anything to survive the necromorph infestation, including swallowing a whole gobstopper. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. I wouldn't do a mukbang, and I'd do anything I could to survive. That being said, if one of the things I had to do to survive was mukbang, I guess I'm dying. Beautiful mouse. Hey, you. I went in going, okay, etchy trash, and I can support it, and then found out it was his underage sister as the other MC, and I started getting nervous, and then the sister started doing things to other underage girls, and I hit the eject button fucking fast. Absolutely fair enough. That's the new version of an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Yeah, exactly. The perfect hypothetical. What would happen sooner? A grey mouse doing whatever he could to survive, or a grey mouse doing a mukbang? And needs to be proportional. There we go. Because I always find that I draw hands just a little bit too small. Something about it. I got small hands too, because I'm a mouse. Best thing about these two panels is that I can actually kind of cheat, and I'll copy and paste this into the next one. Imagine you just jump spread eagle into a giant hole, and on the Aegis 7 planet, because you wanted to choose death, so falling from a great height it is, yeah. Oh, and that guy just did a new video on Your Lie in April. Oh, interesting. I'll be sure to check it out, actually. Or the coincidence that there is one last mukbang meal left and you have to eat it. Now, I'd be like, the Necromorphs would be doing a mukbang and it'd be of my corpse. They'd be like, hey guys, doing a mukbang. This week's mukbang is Grey Mouse. The Grey Mouse platter. Good flat colors. Oh, I almost like, but I'd got the line work again. What are you doing? A lot of brown in this space. Is really good, but he only publishes every 6 months or so now. Yeah, that's fair. It's one of those things. The more like comprehensive the videos are, I realize like the longer the production takes. Fine, take your time. Take your time, creators. Totally okay. Um, see a place further than the universe one. I haven't watched that one yet. No, I did notice it, and I was curious. I don't remember why I didn't watch it, but I know I've only watched the name of that one, not Iramonga Sensei. Found an Abyss. Found an Abyss. Found an Abyss. I'm gonna assume yes. Stepped away for a moment. I see. Yeah, we're talking about anime again, and mukbang and stuff like that. Talking about mukbangs and stuff. Problem with the anime or something like that. Yeah. Mass, in the hypothetical scenario of you having all the money in the world, what hobby would you get into? I'd love to get more into Legos and buy all Lego castles and kingdom sets, all the Rings Lego sets. I'm already deeply passionate uh about hobbies that cost me too much. I'm a big fan of what are they called? Analog photography and collecting cameras. So I like to collect vintage cameras. I recently picked up 3 vintage cameras for like $60, which was a really good deal, but still a fuck ton of money that I shouldn't just be throwing about. And then, man, my brain is flatlining. Fine, we only got 2 hours left. That actually will feel like nothing. But I also I oil paint. I do oil paintings and stuff. 2 very expensive hobbies already. Get into Warhammer 40k, but good God in heaven, that's a lot of money. That is a lot of money, yeah. There's rich and then there's Warhammer rich. You have to be Henry Cavill to be able to afford all that Warhammer. Really wanted to do that with Lego. That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, I've already got really expensive hobbies. And this is just as a mouse, just as a normal income mouse, income-based mouse. I just don't have that money to get into more hobbies. My friends tell me that I'm actually really easy to buy presents for because I have such a obvious and like clear taste in things I do for fun. Grey Mouse, you are as deep as your hobbies abroad. Ah, thank you. I don't know if that was an insult or a compliment, but I'm going to take it as a compliment. Shout out to Henry Cavill for still being a giant fucking nerd at heart. So much so he won't talk to pretty girls, but if someone says their army is Death Corps of Krieg, he's all in. Yeah, I would just commission like 10 small artists on Twitch a day and make them all draw something weird each day. Honestly, that sounds like a really fun hobby. I Yeah, that's cool. And it's like no offense, but it's low effort. It's like you just commission like the most like complicated part of your day is thinking of a creative thing to commission. So I like that. I like that hobby. It's a good hobby. Loki's current hobby is collecting art streamers. He's done a really good job. He's built a real collection there. Basically, yeah. Basically, yeah. It's great. Very good hobby. So it's kind of backfired on him because now he's like encouraged them to pursue their passions, but then now they're pursuing their passions and he has to like keep an eye on them so that they're not being verbally abused. And then every so often it comes back and rewards him as he gets another cute Tifa commission, or he gets to see his character as a Timberstone guard. All worth it. Unless they're into that. That's true. That's true. That's fair. We all know someone like that. Our dear friend, the fart streamer Moni. It's cruel. That's a cruel thing to say. I almost have a suspicion that my manager, who is lovely, of course, but my manager is probably going to check in on me at the end of the day. Check that I'm doing okay. I have this suspicion, and I feel like it's actually going to come true. I'll keep you guys informed, but I have this feeling because she checked in on me after I got my first tattoo, which is very lovely of her. But yeah, I have this suspicion. I have this sneaking suspicion. Like with Zid, you will egg on the trolls just because she enjoys the mental jousting. With Moni, I try to steer the troops more into making quotes. Trolls, not troops. That's fair. Yeah, you're very good at like I think you're like this is what makes you a very great mod. Is that you're really good at um steering people away from just trolling uh in a way that doesn't necessarily antagonize them unless that's what like the streamer wants them to feel like antagonized so that they can kind of do the mental jousting and stuff like that. Um but yeah, it's like, banning them sometimes only just encourage them. And that's where it becomes difficult, like difficult to manage that kind of stuff. especially for a streamer or for a mod. People keep coming back just to harass and annoy streamers, then it's like, well, it ruins the fun for everyone. So being able to steer trolls away in a way that isn't gonna completely like cause long-term issues is excellent. And Loki is older, so he knows more by default. Exactly. We don't doubt that either. I think we all agree Loki's best. We give praise and appreciation to our long-suffering mod. Best mod. Certainly best mod in the Greymouse stream. Everyone else is terrible. To quote epic rap battles of history, I don't mind that you're naughty, Jack. I just hate that you're sloppy. Yeah, that's such a good line. Yeah, I remember that one actually. I like a good troll, but put some effort into it at least. Yeah, exactly. You gotta try a little. You know, it's gotta be smart. Then it's funny. Like if there is wit behind it, there is charm behind it. If there isn't, then it's just some douchebag. That makes it boring and harassment. And I feel like generally trolls on Twitch are rather young, like me as Zombie Slayer young, which is 22, so like he just knows more. Yeah, exactly. Like there is a with age comes wisdom in that. Sure. And like very good guides as well, you know. I'm still young and I'm very new to Twitch. Like I was very new to Twitch. And so being guided by Loki and Moni and Lipseal was very important and very helpful because otherwise I would have been uh, just all over the place when it came to how I prepared streams and assets um, and content and stuff. But now I have people to look up to and aspire to, so it feels more straightforward and not like I'm just shooting in the dark. Not like I'm shooting up in the dark. Yeah. I've not only had it for a year and 5 months, so still. I've only had it for a year and 5 months, so still new. Yeah, pretty much. Molding as mold is ball. Oops. Sorry, mistel. Incidentally, he got Gramus. Cool. So that one still works. Yeah. And I remember, like, in the early days of coming up with the stream and stuff, I was like, do I make Grey Mouse a character? Do I make a character and stuff and like play a character anytime I stream? And I was like, that's going to be so much mental energy. And then I found eventually, as time went on, people just like me for being myself. And that was way better than playing some character. And then it's revealed that I was playing a character this entire time. And then that would be such a huge betrayal. A streamer who is just generally pretty normal and, you know, honest and genuine turns out to be faking the entire time. That would be fucking heartbreaking. I thought you were this. I lied. I'm actually French and an asshole. I only pretended to care. I wanted to join Hololive. Whatever. That's still a dream of mine, but only like for the memes, really. To join a VTuber organization, but as Grey Mouse, not as some like sexy VTuber model or anything like that. Like I want to be Grey Mouse in one of the VTubing like communities. And people are like, "What the? Who the hell is that greasy little rat?" And I'm like, "I'm actually a mouse." You know, because so often VTubers are like, "I'm a demon from hell. I am the dark infernal lord." You know, or whatever. They're like dark and broody kind of characters, and I'd just be like, "I'm a mouse. I'm stinky, and I like a good handful of cheese." Where was I? I remember your old 4chan days, dozens of us calling into conservative Christian radio stations and trolling them in the most mundane ways, like doing the psych gag of Captain Crunch. Uh, yes, the celestial beauty turns off, her voice changes, starts speaking to themselves in perfect high English. Ooh, good old show, fooled them again today, yeah. I just pull off my mouse suit and I'm just like ethereal being. Wait, Mouse, have you seen Psych Right? I don't think I have. It rings a bell in the old mouse noggin, but that bell has been rusting as the stream has gone on. What a sneaky character that mouse is. We thought he. Yeah, can you imagine? Like, I present myself as this, like, stinky little mouse, you know, like, oh, I shit myself all the time. I like to normalize it because it makes people feel good, you know, stuff like that. And then, like, in real life, I'm like what those VTubers want to be. Like, like, personality wise, I'm really, like, dark and brooding, and I have, like, the open shirt and the rippling muscles stuff. The gag was him going into the hospital and using the name Lieutenant Crunch, and when they call him, he goes, "It's actually Captain Crunch now." That's good. That's a harmless prank. A fine, fine, harmless prank, I think. Those are the good old days. Pranks didn't actually hurt people. As if you made a character in RPG game who's the rock levels of shredded. Yeah, he's just like super ripped. I joked about that with Strength 14. Wait, I joked about that with one of my friends that I was like, oh yeah, but Grey Mouse is actually like super muscular. And he just hides it behind the hoodie. Like under the hoodie, he's just got muscles for days. Just stupid shit like that, just mundane trolling that needed a bit of intelligence on both ends. None of this just calling in and being a but doing gags like that or making 5 minute long puns. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's not pranks, it's borderline crimes because some dumb twins pretended to rob a bank. Oh my god. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Pretty not poggies. Oh, he also needs skin texture. Oh yeah, part of you hopes some idiot tries to prank like that because there's going to be an example of why it's a bad idea real quick. Oh yeah, absolutely. And he'll set a real good example of why you just don't do that shit, you know? I also like the idea of giving Dogan like a bit of face scrunch when he's like touching his face because it's just human, you know? Some idiot in the UK walked into a family's home with his friends, and yes, the kids were home. Oh god. I've seen that video, the guy who like gets into someone's car and pretends it's his Uber, and it's one of the most. It's like, oh, this kid's like the most annoying piece of shit. Imagine, you know, because it's like, no, this is my Uber, and it's like, it's not. Stop, man. This isn't a prank. This is just you being an annoying asshole. It's basically just like crackhead energy, but saying it's a prank. Nice. The last Diablo drop now. I can finally go to watching only 2 streams. Yeah! They were home with the parents, but that's only less worse. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that much better, really, but it's just like, oh god, really? Why must you be these people? Uh, Especially to customer service, bro, please leave these people the fuck alone. Yeah, absolutely. Being like an asshole to customer service, it's not a prank, you're just being a dickhead. You're making someone's life more difficult and you're being just a frustrating asshole. Just don't do it. I don't care if it's a prank. If someone does anything like that, I think it is a danger to myself or others. They're going to be yelling it's a prank until the cops get there. Yeah, absolutely. And they deserve to be charged too. Their actions. Just, yeah, so dumb. If more people want to do that in America, see what happens when you fuck around people with guns. Yeah, exactly. A real fuck around, find out kind of for sure. And it's just like it's just so unimpressive too. It's just like you're just being a dick, and and like if you get confronted about it, you're going to be a dick about that too. It's like you're not going to accept this with like the consequences of your actions with grace either. Like you just know that these people are just were coddled life, and now they expect to continue to be coddled, and it's just so fucking frustrating. Well, rich kids, yeah, ain't cool. Why use a gun on unarmed person when you have baton? It makes better noises. Ugh. Yeah, true. True though. Grim, but accurate and true. And with the training, very accurate and very true. Uh, Not a prank, but it's related to pranks because it's about attention seekers, people who take pictures with Lamborghinis as if it's their car. Oh yeah, I think that's almost that like center of role play and imagination. You know, they want that to be them. Like that's okay, but it's a bit narcissistic. There we go. That's a beautiful slogan. I can copy and paste into the next panel. I mean, I need to do some background stuff, but very close. Uh, First of all, modern cars are ugly. Second of all, the person can afford that car, they can easily afford to disappear a person or two. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, that's a grim thought, but it's not incorrect. Like, not even slightly. Holy crap. Holy shit, just checked and Grey's Anatomy has 19 seasons. Jesus Christ, I'm living way above my means, about to default on the Lambo loan. Damn, I can't even afford to get away. Yeah, exactly. Oh god. I can't afford the petrol, let alone the car itself. Its registration fee. Responding to somebody. Uh, that. Hold on, I could grab that song from a second. It just passed. It's My Neighbor Totoro. That was a lo-fi version of My Neighbor Totoro. Yeah, my brother was shocked when he found out just how little that particular service costs for a normal person. I won't give numbers, but it's depressingly low. Oh god, that's frustrating. Like I think, like I've said many times before, it's frustrating when rich people get it really easy. Okay, thank you. You're all good. I can also send you the link to the playlist if you're curious. Also completely fine if you're not. It's a Ghibli lo-fi playlist. I might, once I've done this, I might quickly switch to a, what's it called? A Hollow Knight lo-fi playlist. Just change things up a little bit. And because I love Hollow Knight, so. Yes, please. No problem. I'll send it to you after the stream. Oh, you never told me, but what did you think of Tifa's theme? Tifa's theme is lovely. I really like Tifa's theme. It's super gentle, um, and really easy to listen to, which I'm a big fan of. I mean, I'm getting slowly more and more into heavier music, but I really like her theme. Very pleasant and like mystical in a way. If you catch like if you get what I mean, like the nature of her theme is very like it sets a really good like mood and atmosphere for fantasy writing, I think. That's my thoughts personally. I mean, I could really just fill this all with shadows, but I'm gonna just fill it all with shadows. Honestly. Fine. You get unrequited feelings from it and a sadness of things past and hope for the future. Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Um, hmm. It sounds wonderful, but also like you said, like a little melancholy in a sense. Might take a moment. Ugh. Could take this moment of see control being. Did it work? Hold on. No, it didn't. Shit. Shit, fuck. Dang it. Try again. It worked. Huzzah. Get more grey mass swearing if it doesn't end up working. I don't want it to be the same shot though. Zoom, enhance. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that, isn't it? Oh, ever so zoom in, enhance, yes. And then alter it ever so slightly. And that is a very good description of her character's past and present, actually. That's part of why you love it so much. The music from when they had to use music to convey deeper emotions. Yeah, I personally love that. Um, like that time period where music was used to convey emotion and story beats, but through emotion as well. Love that. Fantastic. As do you mind if you look at two pictures in Discord? I can do that. Yeah, while I do love the modern graphics in gaming, the ability to have them that detailed has caused a lessening of other aspects like writing and music. Yeah, I really that. Are they the ones that you sent me? Zombie Slayer? Oh, the people in the Ziploc bags. I think I'm probably gonna cut the evening streams from Beanstalk Week just because, as you can tell, my voice is already going, and I think if I do it, yeah, a whole full day of streaming, I'm gonna have no voice tomorrow. So, shame, but I think it's probably for the best. You want me to? Saw it recently. And thought, fuck, is that? It's an art piece. I think I know of this, so I'll show it. Well, are you okay with me showing it on stream? Or I go and see you've got me in the corner. Hard to show actually. Yeah, it's fine. Hey, show and tell, guys. Jump to the Punga screen. Yes, so basically people like kept in almost Ziploc bags. Do you know of this because you're an artist? Was it a YouTube slash news things? I know of it because because I'm an artist and I saw it. It's basically like it's supposed to be a social commentary because of all the stuff that we and also like a whole what's the word I'm looking for? A protest, like a plastic protest or a climate change protest. All the stuff that we keep in plastic, and we're basically the rationale behind this art is that we're basically ensuring that we are consumed by plastic by a thing that we have created, and and it's also like strong. Actually, clicked this was disc, and we umbilical kind of designs and stuff like that, and the look. It's because basically the idea behind it was that our lives are consumed by plastic from birth till the day we die. It's grim, but a very interesting art piece. Well, when you said people in bags, I had a rainbow dash in a jar PTSD episode. Thanks for clarifying it by showing the pics. Yeah, that would have been bad. Okay, the reason is a good one, but good lord, what the fuck? Yeah, it's super like super weird and super confronting, I will admit. Artistically, sure, fine, whatever. Um, Taking Dogen's eyebrows. But it, like, thematically, it's very weird. And I, as an artist, can fully understand that. I get it. I get it. It's weird. Oh, right. I wonder how much the plastic in the average person weighs now. Ooh, that's a question I don't want the answer to, honestly. Well, I don't want to know for myself. How much of that, yeah, how much of my bone mass actually contains plastic, I wonder. And when I say I wonder, I mean I don't want to know, but also curious. Curious question. All this like all the draft layer and stuff in this frame, it feels like Dogen is post Malone. all the little lines on his face and everywhere. I forgot to add texture to his face. Cheat. Fine. Fine, it's fine. One of those I want to know, but I'm good. I'm curious, but please don't tell me situations. Absolutely. Absolutely. Carnival was fun, but this goblin, my blood pressure, I'm gonna pop a vein. Yeah, it does look like that. Fucking kid, man. Love him to bits, but I'm sick of him. I'd never want to let him down, but I would abandon him. You know, kind of, kind of a guy. Like this boy, stressful. This boy is stressful. Uh, let's just add the color, and then move on to the next panel. That's too pink. It'll be slightly darker. Pink. Uh, oh, take two. The onset of delayed food allergy. Yeah, now officially at 8 channel points. Hey, nice. You've stuck around. You really stuck around. Also, I'm sure this stream has really helped in bump up those um, points. Whoa, only 10k off the Ara redeem. Yeah, I will not say that. For real. Wow, good on you. I will not do that. Not for love nor money. I mean, I would. Like he's stuck around. He's been around for a little while. Oh wait, realized that this actually something I need to add. I need to add light. Fuck was that noise? Hashtag. Oh wait, no followage. Rip. Not really. With 3 streams going, it wasn't giving me bonus points. Ah yeah, you could have really banked in on that. I don't have a followage thing. It's only so good I can be. One sitting. God, done 4 panels. Well, 5 panels, really. Holy crap. I mean, we've been here all day. Thank you, Tia. Thanks, appreciated. October 23rd, 2020. Damn, it's been New account created. 2014. Damn. Mouse, is there any Skyrim or Oblivion that isn't worth it? The Oblivion horse armor is worth it. Besides that, honestly, they're all actually really good. Both the Skyrim and Oblivion DLCs are all pretty fucking good. Honestly, Knights of the Nine is arguably great. And like an interesting delve into the histories of Tamriel. And then the Shivering Isles is maybe the best DLC I've ever played. That's Oblivion. So, and then Skyrim has. Oh, actually, hold on. The Dawn Guard DLC is pretty meh. The vampires are just kind of generally uninspired. And other than that, it's pretty. Best Fallout DLC then. Ooh, that's a good question. If we're going best single DLC, so it just depends on your personal preference and if you want to pay it. Yeah, exactly. Personal preference. The Sierra Madre Casino is fucking fantastic in Fallout New Vegas. That DLC is so freaking good. Like genuinely, it's got an amazing story. It's actually genuinely scary. It's a survival experience, and characters are interesting and in depth. Laura Bailey again, freaking Toru Honda. We are just speaking about her this morning. She's incredible in it, and it's terrifying to hear her character like beg for her life, basically in the situation, but in a way that feels so genuine. It's genuinely terrifying. What was your one with the brain in the jar? That's Big Mountain, Old World Blues. That's also really, and that's like personally, I think that one's definitely up there. But when it comes to personal preference, Dead Money is incredible. Didn't play much of Sierra Madre, but I got the sense it would be hard. It is hard, but it's very good. Very, very good. Highly recommend it. I like it. I liked it a lot. Story is very good. I liked God/Dog, the Nightkin, who you have the hold on. Work. If you have the I can't remember the name of the Easter egg making trait. Wild Wild Wasteland. If you have the Wild Wild Wasteland perk, then he goes om nom nom when he eats corpses. Like the Cookie Monster. Was Dead Money the one with the collars? Yes. Did you accidentally kill Follows Chalk when you met him? No. No, I didn't. I did not. Zombie Slayer. I was very reserved, and I still am very reserved in that game. I found the Great Divide DLC pretty boring. This wasn't my cup of tea. I don't think it's bad in any sense of the word. It wasn't my cup of tea. Oh, okay, then that yeah, it's a tie between Dead Money and the Brain in the Jar one. Both are very good. Ulysses talking for 8 minutes straight is incredibly boring. That's also fair, yeah. The Lonesome Road. That DLC has some really fucking excellent story in it, and the ED stuff is incredible. But then yeah, Ulysses is just like talking. Man, it's been a long time. I almost feel like I want to play Fallout New Vegas again. Also, the spaceship one was fun. Spaceship one was really fun. I also liked for those of you who have been in the stream for long enough, I also really like Point Lookout. And there is actually a reference to Point Lookout in this stream, in that Punga, my assistant, is named after the Punga fruit. I really like Point Lookout. In terms of Fallout 3, that's my favorite DLC. Because it has that grim, macabre darkness, like, storytelling that I really enjoy. The spaceship one is really good, and I do like that one. And the abominations on the spaceship are terrifying. The way they like point at you and then sprint towards you. Incredible. It's so funny that I actually, like, I am deeply terrified of playing horror games, but I love horror, like horror staples, so much. It's so weird. I might just, like, let everybody know that we've got about 20 minutes. No, about 12 minutes left of the stream. No, not 12 minutes. Let's say 20 minutes left of the stream. And then I'll jump off. We'll raid out. Holy crap, this was good. My voice is just going as well. So I don't think I'll be able to do the stream tonight. The extra stream tonight. Mouse. Oh wait, hold on. Zombie Slayer said something first. The combat and lore of the Divide is cool, but good god, Ulysses is like the bear and the bull fighting over resources that'll eventually dry up, and then what? Like, okay, I get it, storytelling is important, but do it right, yeah. Mouse Doki Doki Literature Club stream when? I'll do that. Sure. Am I allowed to do that on Twitch? Kinda grim. I'll do it. As long as it runs well on my PC, then absolutely. I'm never gonna say no. Unless it's like a horrifying game. I'm not gonna play Fear and Hunger. That gives you any idea of what the rules are. Yeah, I'll do it. I don't give a fuck. I've already played a horror game now, so I'll play it all. Play it all. As long as it's not actually no, as long as it's not perverse. I almost said sure, it's fine. The Mothership Zeta and Anchorage DLCs, you only like that you can vary OP stuff early on. That's true. I think I was talking about this yesterday, but I like the Operation Anchorage stuff because of an event that I had in game where the outcasts helped me, and that made me feel like I was almost invested in checking out what they were about. And it was from just a random encounter. The best part about this comic is the realistic panel targeting mechanic. For example, if a page is holding your attention, individually attack your eyes. What the fuck? Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool system. Sure. Love that I was like, before I like yes and joined in on the humor, I was like, what the fuck? What a moment. I was confused and afraid. Then I was no longer afraid. And the Punga fruit Easter egg is interesting that I never noticed. Nice one, Mouse. Very welcome. I love Fallout, so I'm gonna reference it in some capacity. Do you ever play any of that Lost Planet series? I don't think so. Actually, not even sure I recognize it. Operation Anchorage is also cool because the simulation doesn't actually portray what happened, so it's partially fake. The thought to what, though, to what extent, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like it's a training simulation, and I think if you do it, you actually get power armor training. So as a result, you end up skipping like a big part of the game's uh like not draw, but like an aspect of the game that takes forever in the main storyline. That's not a sausage, that's a banana. Um, you've heard the Chinese commander's Mandarin in Operation Anchorage isn't how you'd speak Mandarin, but I'm sure that's a development thing, potentially. Never be sure. Condemned Criminal Origins was another good horror game. I've heard a lot about that one. I've not seen it played through, so I might watch it, or I might even just play it, now that I do horror games and stuff. I ain't afraid. My favorite sausage, like, mother, help. I am trapped. Yes, you do get power armor and the OP as shit Gauze rifle. Oh yeah, that's true, isn't it? And then the rest of the game is like not a challenge because, or not like not a challenge to you because you're so set up until you get to the next DLC. Basically strips you of that whatever you had, and then rips away whatever joy you had in that situation. Like fuck you. I'm getting a strong living under the stairwell vibe. Like you're a wizard sausage. Yeah, they really do have that like vibe, don't they? This one definitely. You're a wizard sausage. I mean, I drew the glasses on as a joke, but he kind of looks fallen. I love it. Looks sassy. I don't know what I'm saying. Just a sausage with glasses. I love this one because he's really big and he's like, you're all really small, but I also support your choice to be small. Really supportive. This big one, this big sausage. He's just like, yeah, these are my friends. Glasses are staying on. Special sausage. The next time you're cooking a sausage, maybe, just maybe, look for a lightning scar. My god, you just see it, and like, oh no, it's Harry Sausage. Trying to think of a funny like play on words for Harry Potter and then sausage, and I could only think of Harry Banger because Bangers and Mash, and I was just like, that's dumb as fuck. Are you stupid, Grey Mouse? You see the Sausage Party movie? No, I didn't. I saw like the trailer and I was like, that's fucking gruesome. it good? Is it good though? Out of curiosity, I haven't seen it, but oh man, actually, we've just drawn Trip. I want to add. I'm gonna just add Trip into the background of this sketch. One of those so bad and disrespectful it lives back around movies. Oh god, I think it was a metaphor, but for the life of me, I just couldn't work out what the movie was about. Jesus Christ, that sounds horrible. People in power misleading the masses and the inevitable uprising that it creates. Yeah, alright. My proclivity for jest. Never mind. Never mind. Gonna get rid of these nasty little puppets and add in Trip. Like, who would want to win a puppet at a fair, really? I didn't think you were joking because in that movie you have to want to see a deeper movie to actually see it. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh god, that elephant was drawn wrong. This is how I draw elephants, like Trump's haircut. Or, stay with me on this, like an elephant. Oh, that was bad. I do hate one DLC, and that's Broken Steel, as you as the player are forced to kill yourself to clean the water of the capital wasteland and be exposed to radiation, but for some reason you can't tell your super mutant or ghoul companion to do it, so Broken Steel had to retcon the story. Yeah. I mean, come on, the main villain is a literal douchebag. Yeah. Angie. He an Angie boy. And then Trip. The goodest boy. Do I have space to draw Trip? Worry, I might not. I could always just make him smaller, of course. And the only way for you to play Fallout 3 post credits is with Broken Steel. Yeah, that is annoying. Trip. We love him. We love ourselves. Trip. Gonna have him be bent out the wrong way always. And in every piece of media I make with him in it, he's just slightly bigger. He's like longer. Think you'll depart early. Very enjoyable. All good, all good. We've got like 2 minutes before I start lining up a raid. So thank you so much for joining me. It was really lovely having you here. I very much appreciate it. Oh. Yeah, I really appreciate all the support you guys have provided. You coming in and chatting with me while I work. It's been really good. Really appreciate it. I wave back, wave. You know, like getting older, once you get accustomed to dealing with existential crisis, you start getting hit with all of those good times are past and you cannot revisit them. That is painful for sure. No, I get that. And tomorrow morning we start on flat colors. That. Which will either take a very short period of time or a long time. There's no in between. I think the shadows is going to take the longest on that panel. Then we only have 3 panels left of this page, and then we have like 1 or 2 pages left. You're welcome, mouse. You just have to pay me for the time. Okay, I'll bill you. Put it in an invoice. Kiwiji is live now, so is Faye, but she is gaming. It's Kiwiji. Sounds new to me, but shouldn't be, surely. Let's jump across to... Oh, it says Nev, but we love Nev and we'll go and say hi to Nev at a different point in time. Yeah, they seem cute. Seem like they got cute. Been a lot of static recently. That doesn't surprise me. I think it's probably about time I replace the XLR cable. Honestly. I think that's long overdue. Yeah, Kiwiji is what a cute little like art stream. 8 hours, not bad. 8 hours is pretty fucking good, yeah. My voice is pretty stable, but it like I know if I streamed for another 3 hours or 2 hours, my voice would be just dead by tomorrow. Same time tomorrow? Yes, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it. I actually feel kind of energized. So I'm really keen to keep the Beanstalk week going. Just checking if the ad is done. I don't want to raid across and then just there being an ad. Okay, cool. We're good. All right. I will see you all next time. I'll see you all tomorrow. I really appreciated you all coming in and supporting me. It's been lovely. Love you all to bits. Give Kiwiji my love. The one Callie does a lot. Oh, excellent. Well then let's jump in and say hi. See you guys.